Welcome, welcome everyone, welcome to another cookie stream. Today we're gonna keep working on the Sailor Moon animation, as usual, Yes. Okay. Today the day over here is very cloudy, very overcast, but temperatures are nice. So. Let me go to the corner. I have to tell you, this weekend I made a preview render. Well, basically, I did a quick render in Eevee, right? And basically to be able to show my family, basically, my cousin and my aunt. And so I did. The problem was that when I did the render, I noticed where are my particles? Where my particles are not there anymore. Okay, so luckily I have fixed it this weekend, but it took me like 6 hours or so to fix. Well, I took it easy, right? I was not like only doing this, I was messing around, I was watching videos on the side, so I took it easy, but it took me 6 hours or so to fix. And the issue was that, do you remember when we corrected the armature and the eyes? We corrected the rest pose of the eyes. Blender gave me a warning that that some actions may explode. Well, some actions did explode. The thing is, everything that had an armature modifier survived with no problem. Like all of this over here that has the little blue range, all of that survived, no problem, right? So a lot of stuff really did survive, but for example, and everything that was rigged survived too. But for example, the magic ray survived too. All of these boys got destroyed. All these magic particles. And the collider survived too. Weirdly enough, I don't know if it is because there is no offset from the armature really, but the rest exploded. I have a copy of the file that exploded. We can inspect it maybe if Banana is around or something, if you wanna know what really happened over there. Basically everything got resized to 0 almost. The particles were at the bones with an offset and resized to 0. I used, well, weirdly enough or surprisingly enough, I asked ChatGPT and it was able to diagnose the problem and guide me through how to fix it, because I had no clue really. I suppose there was an easy way to fix it. Well, easy, air quotes. And there kind of was. The problem is that there seems to be a matrix inside Blender's code, right? That holds the information of the offsets and the positions. If you mess up with the rest pose, everything was calculated in regards to the rest pose, and it gets affected even if it's not a direct child of that bone. Let me put a little bit of background music over there. So I thought everything was gonna be fine because the eyes were not, there were no child of the eyes or anything like that. So I didn't expect anything to be broken. And the thing is, the file worked fine during our session, during the past session, because I had, luckily, the cool thing about streaming is that I keep the bots, right? So I was able to check, and during the whole bot shenanigan, everything was working. The problem is, after we saved, close, and reopen the file, then is when you get the illegalities. I guess it's because Blender has to recalculate stuff, and then is when everything broke over there. So to fix it, I had to grab the particles. I had to clear like Alt P to clear the parent, but instead of clearing the parent, you need to clear the parent inverse. and that deletes that matrix that was corrupted. Then you needed to Alt G, Alt S, Alt R, and try to reposition your particle from there the best you can. They usually ended up at the end of the bone, but at the wrong end, so you only had to slide them down until they match the other end of the bone using the normal. That was easy enough. That was for the feathers, for example. Other particles were a bit harder to fix. I guess the hardest one to fix was the magic particle that goes around the makeup kit in the beginning. That was harder to fix, basically because its origin is pretty far from the particle. If the particle has to be here, for example, its origin is very messed up. It's like over here. So it was harder to reposition because of that. But that's my bad, right? My mistake. Shouldn't be like that. But oh well, it was. Okay. So luckily the file is saved. No more illegalities in that regard. I was able to create a cool render. It works pretty legally, the render. Looks fine. I will show it in the future. Well, in the future when more people start coming. Weirdly enough, or luckily enough, I modeled or animated for example, all these magic rays. I did them frame by frame. Basically, they have no 3D transition that's smooth, and that actually looks amazingly well in the final render. I also did that for the body, for example, in several poses, and for the body it does not look that great because the model is usually, you know, doing the movements, switching from pose to pose smoothly, right? So when the body does move step by step, it looks weird. But the particles look amazing moving step by step. So I guess we will have to polish, well, smooth the graphs for the body, basically, in the transitions. So that has to be done. Also, the scene where the skirt, when she's spinning around and is doing the pass over here, the skirt is very static here. I was hoping the physics will help over here to move the skirt a little bit, right? But as you can see, it looks the same as here, to be honest. It's not moving at all. So we may need to manually move those bones, right? So that it looks a bit more fluid. Have to reposition, of course, the ribbon, this long boy, right? Have to nail that position. Start renaming all the actions and materials to transition to Unity. Over here, this step, you see that the animation here looks a bit like step by step. That needs to be polished a bit because it looks like that too in the final animation and it's not great. But the particles look amazing frame by frame. Looks like a stylistic choice. Reminded me of cool games with budget, like with, I don't know, NTE or something like that. Animate GTA, for example. It looks pretty nice. The particles being frame by frame. Well, so let's go little by little. Cleaning illegalities. We could start. Let's try to move the skirt, for example. That's different. I have never done it. and it may help in this scene here, right? Let me get the reference to see to which direction are they moving really. To the left, to the right, I'm not sure. Okay, they have an inclination to the left, let's say, right? All the time? Yeah, the inclination is to the left. They are moving a bit to the right, I would say. Let's see. Okay, the inclination is like this, basically. And they are moving on that direction. So she's spinning on that direction, basically, right? And the skirt is going the opposite way. Weirdly enough. Let me see. Does that check out? They are definitely moving in that direction. And yes, it's spinning like this too. I mean, I can try giving her a spin. I think that's what I used to do. Do a preemptive spin before the spin we can see on camera. Don't know if it is already there. I think I'm giving her an extra spin there. But it does not fully do it for the skirt. I don't know why. We cannot see the movement in the render there, or not too much. For example, there is not that much action in the render. I don't know. Is there a way to toggle like the physics off for the render? Or is there something I need to press for the physics to be present on the render? I think I'm doing a viewport render, so everything should be there, theoretically, as far as I know. Here it's working, it's something like that, right? What needs to happen? But it needs to happen earlier on camera. I need to fix the weights to for the underwear or the Sailor Moon outfit, basically. Yep. Need to check those weights, but maybe I can turn it into solid mode. I also need to fix the background, basically. Hello. Thank you for the lark over there. How a wonderful dream. How a wonderful dream over there. Happy fishing. There you go. Fishing like a pro. And here, what do I need to fix from this room scene? The only thing I think is a bit weird. Well, this transition, I think I kind of followed how it works. It's almost frame by frame. I think at least the keyframes are properly keyed. But this transition, this movement looks a bit weird in the final animation. It almost seems like she's pulling from the from the background or something to make it go down. So I don't know. It's okay enough. And here, this spiral boy, it's like it is frozen in the beginning. It waits a few frames there and then it starts spinning. I need to check the original animation to see if it's always spinning. I assume that is the case, right? It's a bit weird that it's waiting. You know, but because we do the transition with the fade, the spiral boy is like waiting there and then it starts spinning. That's a bit weird. I realized that was a problem in checking the render. Let me see the animation. Which one should be? I guess this one, okay. It's always spinning, I think, from the start, which makes sense. Yeah, from the start. That's an easy fix. Let me see. Gotta get the sliding gradient, bubble gradient. Nope. Spiral background. That's the one. You should have several keyframes here, right? Spiral background. Select. Okay. You are untargetable. There you go. Gotta move these keyframes a little bit. I am sorry, I'm gonna take a quick toilet break this early, but I guess I took too much coffee. Give me 2 minutes, okay? BRB. Frenchie! Huge W! Welcome back. Thank you for the lurk over there. Yeah. Cool 24-hour stream over there. Holy flip. That seems like a marathon. It is a marathon. I don't know how you survive that. Okay. So let's fix the spinny boy here. Spiral background. This is the fading, right? Fading in. No, it may be here. Spiral background, color ramp, mix shader. Are we not controlling? I may be fading the diagonal, for example, which is fine. I don't mind. I might keyframing the visibility here for some reason. Or scaling you to 0 maybe. Yeah, here you're 0. Okay, no problem. I was wondering, like, I only wanted this voice for the render, but do I? Because maybe they can have their own bones and be exported too. I don't know. For now, they are like this, right? But this way, like, if you put the bones and you export them, you will have all the backgrounds everywhere. Do we want that? I mean, it's more flashy like that, I guess. It does not make sense inside the game, maybe. Because it does not make sense to be teleported to the room. Maybe that one you can, for example, this diagonal and the room maybe should never be exported. The bubbles though and the moon, maybe. I guess it's kind of flashy to have them. And these two, because they kinda count as particles, right? Okay, let's see. So you start spinning from here on. Can I move this one here? Is this okay? Nice. That fixes the issue. Cool. Anything else? What can I easily fix? Let's see. We have the render here, by the way. Okay, I saw several illegalities. I need to create a blend shape to get rid of the of a small triangle she gets over here. I can trigger it from time to time, all good. But it looks, when she closes her eyes, right? I was considering creating a little mesh over here with a little bit of an outline to paint the nose, because right now she has this one over here, but when you look at her, even here with the character, right, it's very hard to read her face. I don't know, I think here we don't have the SDF shading, so maybe it's okay. Let me see. Yeah, here we don't have the SDF shading, and we have a little bit of an outline, and from time to time we get to see the nose there. That's just with pure outline, so maybe she does not need anything. Maybe the SDF shading makes it more readable in the end. We'll see, we'll see. I think I gave the camera a spin, right? How did I do that? There you go, with control. Gotta be careful there. So yeah, we'll see. With the SDF shading, maybe it's better. It's easier to read, I guess. Yep. I need to do something with the seams too. And I would like to paint this stripe she has under here. I think it will forever need to be painted, because otherwise it's hard to read how her outfit works in there. So I guess that needs to be painted. It's basically a hit with the bucket, just selecting the proper loop. So all good. Yeah, okay. Okay, let me see. Selecting blender over here. Let's depose her. Rest your pose. Sailor Moon. Okay. I don't know. We cannot see it. Probably have start. I think okay, when I was repositioning the particles, I may have hidden all the bones except the one I was working on. So I will go pose. Alt H. There you go. Nice. Like this, and in Sailor Moon mode, I need to paint this loop over here, I would say. Let me get rid of the outline for a minute. But yeah, otherwise it's a bit, you know, you don't get to appreciate that little detail over there. It's a modifier, some little wrench, solidify, or at least get rid of, yeah, well, let's hide it for now. And now edit mode, let's select this loop over here, bam, and I have it make mark sharp, but it's not enough to read it. I think it's all this loop and probably the next one too. Yeah, I think so. All of this over here. I will want to paint that shadow. Maybe over here is not that much. Maybe over here I can clean this a bit more and only paint this. Let's see. Let's give it a try like this. And let me check the reference. How does she look over there? On the reference you can see a little line. We're not doing lines everywhere. TBH. Let me see. We need to grab the color of the shadow too. Let's see. How can we do that? Hide the particles over there for a bit. Because if there is a lot of mismatch between the shadow and what we paint over there, maybe noticeable, maybe not. We don't get shadows as is right now. Why are you so flat here? Because here on the red part she has shadows. Maybe the color ramp is a bit peculiar, but on the uniform I see no shadows at all. On the bow, barely, like only at the bottom here. I see Sailor outfit. Is it because we changed the color ramp for this one? This should be working. Let's see if we can get to see anything there. Not really, right? What if I move the other needle? Nothing at all. That is weird. We're using the color as a factor to mix A and B. The color and the shadow, right? and we overlay it 50-50 with the texture, which is pure white basically. Weird. Well, I moved the sun a bit, but we should be getting some shadow there. We're getting like fully flat. I was wondering if maybe because we have several objects overlapping there, we're getting no shadow. But maybe they should be transparent to light. The light should be coming from here. Have it on the skin. Let me see. Is the skin following a similar pattern? Skin, body. Yeah, it's using this color ramp diffuse shader to RGB. Banana! What is the node setup? Like, you cannot see. Sorry, Mr. Banana. Let's see if I can control space. Yeah. Diffuse shader to RGB. The color ramp we had over there with only one step. A mix. This is for the body. This one works. Let me select the other for the outfit. Bodysuit. This was the old color ramp. This is the same as the body. Diffuse shader to RGB. Plugged as a factor here. Two colors. We are mixing white and the shadow, and we are overlaying it with the texture that should be plain white, basically. And here we are switching between the magic and this one. The magic should, to be honest, it should have its own node, but this is legal. Factor 1 means it's using the lower part, so the overlay factor 1 here means the same, it's using the color, and everything is plugged to the surface, so it should work, I think. Maybe it depends, maybe it's the sun position or something. Let's see. I can give it a little bit of a shake. Let's move the sun a little. Doesn't work without the mix. Does it work without the mix? Let me see. If we were to unplug this mix over here, let's see. I don't see any shadow, to be honest. Let's over there, maybe. No. Let's move the sun a bit. And welcome back, by the way. I had to fix the file during the weekend. I will explain it to you what happened there. Oh look, we're getting a shadow. Well, yeah, because this is affecting everything in general, right? Getting shadows there everywhere, like the skirt, but the uniform, let me see. The uniform seems to be skipping it completely, right? Yeah, maybe it's too white. But the gloves, I think maybe the gloves are also not getting it, On the texture map. Yeah. Yeah, the gloves over here, the part that are white, they are not getting shadows. That's why I wanted to paint this strip over here. But if we manage to get natural shadows, we may be okay. Maybe we don't need to paint it. Hey Quets, how are you doing over there? How was your Monday? How is the week looking over there? Let me show you. I did a render during this weekend. So I will show you the render so you can see the current state of affairs at full speed. Let me show you. Yeah, we're getting there, right? Let me see. Doing okay, doing some finishing touches to the last week's project. Got demo day on Thursday. Ooh. Okay, get everything ready over there, eh? Yeah. Bestest of luck over there. Yeah, we have to polish illegalities, we have to polish clipping stuff, right? But we had a happy accident over there, did you notice, right? The particles on the magic rays and stuff, I keyframe them frame by frame, and they actually look amazing skipping frames. It looks like a stylistic choice, right? Like if something I could see like in NTE or something, like anime GTA, that you decide to do the effects like skipping frames, like if they were animated normally. It does not look that great in the model. The model also has a few frames over there where the model is skipping frames. That we probably need to smooth, right? But, well, other than that, we're getting there. It's starting to look great. Tomorrow you got a one-on-one with manager. Gotta ask my manager for some books and what they need from me to get a promotion. Oh my god. Let's go. Wish you the best over there with the promotion. Let's go. Yeah. Go get the promotion, quick. Let me summon you. Yeah, both of you. Big W. So yeah. Let's see what could be going wrong with this white material. What happened, by the way, Mr. Banana? Do you remember when we corrected the eyes position? We corrected the rest position. Try not to do it if you can. If you have an animation, try not to do it, because everything that had an armature modifier here, everything that had the little range, was able to survive the transformation without any issue. But this weekend I was trying to do that render to show my cousin and my aunt the progress, right? And all my particles had disappeared. And I checked the bot, like, when did I mess up? Maybe I deleted all the particles, maybe I deleted the bones, maybe I messed up bad. They were there, they were just scaled to 0. Blender gave me a little error, right? A little warning when we corrected the rest pose that said that a lot of actions will probably be destroyed in the process or corrupted or stuff. I didn't pay too much attention because the file seemed to work, right? Because we played the animation and everything worked. So I thought the crisis was averted. But when we saved and closed, and I opened the file again during the weekend, I guess Blender then recalculates some matrices or something, and it got everything that didn't have an armature modifier, it exploded. So basically the particles and the feathers, these guys over here and the feathers, they were resized to 0. So luckily, curiously enough, I asked ChatGPT if they knew what the issue could be over there. Yeah, ChatGPT was able to guide me through the process of diagnosing what could be going wrong and to fix it. Basically, you need to select the particles. I can show you the file that was destroyed. Look, I'm gonna open. It is open Sailor Moon 28 maybe. So all my particles here were broken basically. See, there are suddenly no particles. They are not hidden or anything. Or the feathers. The feathers are kinda easy to fix. So basically what you have to do is select the mesh. You have to clear the matrix there. It's basically Alt P. You have to clear the parent inverse. You clear the parent inverse and then the mesh shows up, but very small. Let's see if we can find it out over here. Is it somewhere? Well, we need to go to a spot. Luckily I had frames to compare. I think this was about frame 508. I think that was where the feathers were showing up. Now the feathers shows up, but it's very small. So you needed to clear Alt G, Alt S, Alt R. That fixes the feather. And you need to... I think the parent is still there. You need to clear the parent in this position right now and reparent it again. It was a complete disaster. And this one was easy to fix, kinda sorta. Some of the particles, when I fix them, they appear at the other side of the bone. So I needed to grab them and move them in the normal direction and parent them the correct position. It took me like 6 hours to fix the whole file. So it was another day of work. So I couldn't do the thumbnails and that's why I skipped yesterday, basically. But I was able to save it. These ones are very easy to fix. For example, the feathers, because they are already in position. The magic for the makeup kit was very hard to fix because it doesn't have the origin in the middle. It has the origin in a bad position, very far away. So it was hard to reposition. And look, the ribbons and the chest, they also broke. This was very easy to fix. I just need to clear the parent and parent again, basically. And that fixed that. And this object in particular. Well, it is what it is. So the scale came from the bones. I am not sure. I think some of these guys had a little location, rotation, and scale. It could have come from the previous bones, right? Because there I just had to clean it basically. Had to clean it. So maybe it came from the bone. But if you look at the rest of the particles, they are non-existent. And if you select the mesh, they are actually scaled to 0 basically. So I don't know if maybe it's doing this transform they have is applying it twice or something, and that's why they get collapsed to absolute 0. I don't know exactly why it broke, but it did broke. It broke. So, well, luckily it's fixed. And luckily I had copies to compare and check, because the first thing I thought it was that I thought I maybe changed the action and they lost their keyframes or something, but no, it was not the case. I don't know, luckily it's fixed forever, but I don't know. So be careful on changing the rest position if you have animations and stuff that does not have the armature modifier. can be done, but you risk a few things breaking. You preserve the keyframe, so the whole animation was there, but I need to reparent to the bone in the correct position. Once reparented, it will follow the bone perfectly, but yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It was something that happened. It's fixed now, but I don't know, Blender shenanigans. So this is the setup we have, right? For the shader. They are pure white in the texture for real. Maybe I need to make this one, because the overlay is 50-50. Maybe I need to make the shadow darker, because maybe the mix between the shadow and pure white, it is so white that you cannot differentiate, right? So maybe if I make this, you know, darker, well, right now it's not even plugged, right? Let's see, if I plug it and I make it darker, will I get something there? Let's first of all go bonkers, right? Let's do a pure black. And that's not even working. A pure black. If we move the sun a bit. Weird. I was thinking maybe the solidifier or something is not transparent and it's not letting the light go through. I don't know. Let's see. What if I did clamp? That should show only this thing, right? Well, this mixed node is not clamping factor. I don't know if I need to clamp factor. Let me check the body, because the body works. Body, okay, it has the clamp factor selected. The other didn't. Color and factor, the alpha's factor. I tried it, it doesn't work with pure white. Oh no. Do I need to tone it down, maybe? Changing the value slightly, fixed it. Okay. So let's lower the value of the white. Let's see, texture paint. Bucket. Grab this color white and we will tone it down a little bit. Is that enough, or I wanted to join from a reference, but let's see. Refs. Uniform. not school uniform, the other uniform. I guess general refs works. Let's see if we grab this color. Oops. This could be because what are we messing up here? You need to do it in flat. Have a metric ton of stuff over there. Oops. Let's see if I go object, select that ref. I guess isolate it. It's not it. Or is it? Has to be one of these. Are they untargetable? Maybe. None. Yeah, they are untargetable. Okay, that explains a few things. It's not that. There you go. Isolate. Texture paint. I cannot do it here. Okay, so let's select the object 2. There you go. Isolate. Texture paint. Now we should be able to, hopefully. Bam. No. In solid mode it works. But this is pretty much full white. A little leaning to the blues. How much do you have to lean to make it work? Move the bar. Okay. Lower this, right? Let's see. Is that enough? Something like that. Probably enough. Okay. Oh look, we painted the stripe I wanted to paint. Let's paint everything. But the color, is there a way to L? There you go. I was wondering, does this have interior face? Maybe you don't need it, because I was able to select this and this. No. Okay, got scared there for a bit. okay. Bucket Torino. Paint everything. Seems a bit overkill. Or is it that now the shader is affecting it? Yeah. You know what? Could be the shader because I went a bit bonkers. Let me see. I think I put a pure black here. Oh. Not bad, but wasn't this texture a bit overkill? The original. Guess this is the normal color and the rest is reflection or highlight. It's because the factor is 1 here. It's to be 0.5 to mix it. So I was testing the it didn't change anything. TVH. Okay, let's see. Maybe lower this a bit. Is that okay? I would say so. It's a bit dark. I think it's a bit too dark. Do I need to put the shadow down here instead of this way, or does it not matter? Let me check how it works in the body. And the shadow goes first, and then the other, I guess. Aquilia, how are you doing over there? Hi. We're polishing. Yeah, no problem. Oh no, get better soon. Yeah, rest well and get better soon, Aquilia. Thank you for coming to say hi, eh? Thank you. I appreciate it. BW. Okay, so I guess this kind of works. Let's do the same for the gloves. Let's see if we can get away with increasing this a bit more. It's pretty much white. Did I destroy the neck? No. Why am I changing body texture? I'm changing this here. What? It's because, yeah, It's because I was checking the body instead of this. Texture paint. That's whiter now. I need to save the texture too. And once we are happy with the result, well, this gets shadows at least. So legal enough, I guess. We can save the texture. We should probably do the gloves too. So select the gloves here. Probably easier to do it here. Gloves. Sure. Is there anything else we need to paint here? Edit mode. Select L. So I see more stripes here, but I'm trying to think where do they belong. LL. Texture paint. Bam. And I need to do the same here. LL. Texture paint. Bam. Okay. This should belong to Sailor Moon. What part is it? Okay, these are the boots. Probably not fully illegal, that only this stripe is like it is. I guess. Oh, this stripe over here would be cool if it had shadows too. The bunk caps, well, this is not, it's pinkish, it's not actually white. Okay. What could be the other white part? We select everything here. Well, let's select this stripe over here. That's on the skirt, right? On the skirt. Let me go. Move a little bit in time here, right? Scroll. Okay, now the gloves have cool shadows. These have shadows too. I'm gonna paint this too a little bit. She has shadows here too. Nice. It's probably the underwear too. Probably not gonna be visible to be honest, but I'm gonna check the school uniform because maybe we need to paint that too. Texture paint. Edit mode. Select this voice. And it's not marked, really. Not seamed. A bit inconvenient. How is your model going, Mr. Banana? Did you make a little bit of progress there with the rigging? Let me see. Make sure I'm not painting anything that's currently blue. I think I should be okay there. It could be this voice here. Are they not painted? I think maybe they got painted with the... That stripes, those stripes could be these boys. They should have been painted with the rest of the uniform. Hopefully, probably, maybe. Use the mask. Let's go. Yeah, because they have shadows now, so I'm assuming that is the case indeed. Let's save this image. Save. Cool. This color here, I mean, might as well, but it's probably not the end of the world. Let me give this the solidify back. You made the sword and now starting to do shape keys for the first time. You know, you've never done shape keys before for the face. Okay, okay, you got this. Do you have the... Do you have the guides over there? Do you have the resources? Or do I send you a link over there? Let me see. Let's see if I find my usual blend shapes one. You found some website? Yeah, well, it's probably the same I use. Can give you my usual resources so you have them in case you need something, in case you need more reference. Okay, Puya the person, I don't know if I know that website. That's one I use, and this is another one. You're doing ARKit, right? ARKit. Ah, yeah. Okay, the second one is the... Yeah. That one is very good. That one is very good. The other one, well, it offers a simplified 3D model. It's the first one I used. It went down for a bit. There was a time where the page got... well, it said it had a problem with the certificate and they had to renovate it, and it was down for a few months. But the other is the one I currently use. It's pretty nice. You should be golden with that. You kinda wish there was one. Let me see. Leeds gave me one that I have never used. I'm gonna send you the link. I don't know how good it is because I have never used. It is more for anime characters, but the examples are very small, I think. You can check it out. I don't know how good it is, but it is this one. So I don't know how expressive are they really, but you can give it a try. It's better, always better to have examples than to not. This one have... Okay. Does it not have an outline over here? Did I mask it? It seems like I did mask it here. Probably makes sense because maybe this is glitchy when bending the elbow and stuff. So maybe I was smart about it. Maybe not. Let's hope that is the case. select the boots. There you go. There, almost. There you go. Remove the solidify. Okay, edit. Select this loop. Expand on the front to mirror. Extend. It's failing some over here, so I guess might as well redo it. Expand. Texture paint. Select that and bam. It's bleeding a bit. So maybe not. Or maybe I can only select. She's resting. I can only select this face and use the bucket then. Let's see, edit. Okay. Texture paint. Okay, that didn't bleed. That was only one face. What? One and one. Texture paint with the mask. Pam, pam, right? No bleeding. Well, it bled to the moon. What? What in the legalities? And I didn't have it selected, right? Nope. Oh no, it was painted already. Yeah, maybe, yeah, it was painted. Okay, so I can keep it. It's barely noticeable, I guess. Did it change the tone here ever so slightly, maybe? I'm not sure. 1, 2. Texture. Bam, bam. Okay. Now it probably worked. Now you can have shadows. I don't see that much difference, to be honest. There is a little here, right? A little shadow. Don't know why the inclination changes, but and here too, the inclination changes. Why is that so? Is that your normal self flipped or something? I mean, this is because of the solidify. I guess it is fine. It's in the solidify of everything, right? What? Now with the solidify, why do I see only this? Boot solidify, isolate. Okay, that makes sense. this makes sense. I don't know what was going on over there. We don't have two pair of boots, right? Okay. Okay, we can save the texture. Isn't this part a different tone? Maybe not. It's very hard to tell what's going on here. Let's check the model if it works. Okay, it has shadows here. This one seems to work. This one has shadows too. Very slightly, but they do. And this one has shadows too now. Let's see. And the gloves work too. Let's see if I need to crank it a bit more here. The shadow color. Let's see. Can I lower it a bit more? Well, I notice no change there. How is that possible? What? Ah, because I'm changing. Okay. Changing the boots material here for the body, for example, right? Sailor outfit. And what if I lower this a bit more? Okay, it does get darker. It probably should be something like this to be able to notice the shadows there. So should I paint the strip right now? Maybe, or maybe not, because maybe now it's a bit more noticeable. Yeah, you would paint it. Okay, let's go. That way we can see a bit, a bit more detail in there. I trust your criteria over there. Your judgment. This little stripe and probably the next two. Let's see if I can join the color of the shadow there. Use the mask to paint it. I don't know if that color is changing that much. Let's put it in texture, flat, object, no. I don't know why it becomes pink. Theoretically, because it's missing the material, right? But the solidify is turned off. The image is here. I grab it and isolate it. Oh, maybe it was painted, indeed. See a little stripe all over the place. Ah, it broke here, that's why. What do I have? This line going down from here. This one is flawless over here. But here we start to get weird stuff. Let me see the texture. This one is fine. This one is messed up. And I can always clean it. But I wonder what happened here, right? Let me see. E. Paint everything in the normal color. Well, everything but the color. Okay, texture. New kit. Okay. And now the color of the shadow. It's a bit darker. And ideally we probably need to crank it up a bit more, to be honest. Let's see. Basically it using that mask. Okay, it got painted. It is too subtle. I'll crank it up a bit more. Cannot notice any change. Okay, that was that's a change. something in between. Maybe that could do. Okay. That way we get a more interesting shading in there, even though it's not awesome or anything. Maybe I need to clean this a bit better, but it's more interesting. Here is tempting. Well, it's tempting to start shading everything, to be honest. And here I could shade the bottom part too. We should be getting shadows. And we are probably, right? Yeah, we are over here. I mean, I wanted, for example, the next project to be kinda heavy on substance, so that we can learn it once and for all. I can give it a try, yeah? Really cool now that you have tried it. Really? Yippee! I'm glad. I'm putting it up. Let me see. Beautiful waifu in the cover over there. Nice, nice. This was the proper edition to buy. Okay. So how can I, let's see, do I need to export Sailor Moon from here as an FBX and plug the textures? Drop a save. Export FBX, Sailor Moon FBX. Okay. Should I do it the same way as I do it for Unity? The answer is probably yes. So let's export Unity FBX. Okay. And I need to select everything. Well, I will select everything, maybe too much. Here we only need, like, we don't need the meshes for the images, for example, stuff of the like. And the school uniform, here in this case, we don't need it. Can you toggle meshes? Maybe we do need it. Maybe we can toggle them on and off, right? Okay, let's say this is legal enough. You can toggle between different material at least, right? Okay. These meshes are fine. Basically the uniform and the armature, hope it contains everything. Okay, so export Unity FBX. Add the form bones. No, only the form bones. That's no controllers basically. Add lift bones. For Unity we used to. So let's do this for now, for example. Okay. Let's see. Thinking because it has the animation and the Unity FBX does not give me the option to reject the animation to be exported. So it's trying to do huge thinking behaviors over there. Huge thinking. No problem. I need to clean all the names over there because otherwise on Unity we are gonna get, when we import, a lot of empty action 69._2 for the object, empty object 71. It's gonna be impossible to read basically. The armature actions should be fine, but maybe some meshes that have actions will be spicy. I was considering, right, before you arrived here, I was thinking, do I need to add maybe a bone for and export the backgrounds? Maybe for example, it does not make sense to export the room and the ceiling. That doesn't make sense. But what about the magical backgrounds? Because if we are gonna add a bone for the camera to make Warudo camera follow, if you are inside a video game, maybe it doesn't make sense. It depends. Alright, if the camera goes into position, like the room doesn't make sense that is there, right? She should be at the normal scenario, but maybe when she starts transforming, it does make sense that the particles, like the backgrounds, do have a bone with the proper texture. So I don't know. Possibilities. I guess you can always iterate, right? First, make her work maybe without, and maybe if you want to add it later, probably multiple ways to do it. Yeah, of course. And so, because when we start working in Unity, we will get the materials ready over there, right? And animated. And those files, like the animation file and the materials, those are you probably can preserve them. This is still thinking, eh? I am not liking it. The Blender file is not heavy. At least the last time I checked, it is not heavy. But maybe it's having a rough time. Well, maybe not. It is having a rough time exporting. Don't wanna click. Or should I click? I will click. The computer will focus there. The power. Let's see. Well, when the screen stops being white, maybe your export settings are weird. It is the classic Unity export plugin I use. You don't need the armature, for example. Yeah. For Substance, we don't really. It's gonna be heavy because I am exporting the armature. Should probably export only the meshes and that's it. To make it linear, right? Only the meshes and that's it. Skip all the ribbons because they will get a bit in the way to paint basically. Don't wanna. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't have saved that long ago, right? But if I can prevent the crash. It's always probably a good idea to try to prevent a crash. The texture is saved, doesn't have the asterisk over there. The file has an asterisk, but maybe it got it the moment I started exporting. I'm not sure, I don't have the red bar under, so it's probably not that many minutes ago when I decided to export. So, worst case scenario, I can close Blender. Can try to open another instance to check the last time. Gonna do that. Open another instance to check the last time I saved. Okay, the texture is there basically, it's just deposing. This is the new instance basically. You cannot see, but it's basically identical. So I think I may have saved just before the catastrophe. I guess this should be fine. And here maybe inside the armature I need to select these meshes. Not select the armature, right? But select these boys. Sushi! Hola, hola! Hola, hola, caracola! How are you doing over there? Hello, hello! How are you doing? Yeah, I sent you the render, right? Yeah, you already saw it. So yeah, we're polishing stuff. I was gonna open Substance over there to paint a few things over there. I don't know how much really, but it was a bit tempting there. Maybe the wings. I'm not sure. Well, let's see. Doing swell. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing good. I feel a bit slow. I was noticing I was not as lively when I was jumping there while streaming, but all good. Like, I cannot complain, to be honest. Can't complain really. No armature here, so selected objects only. Export, right? This should be a quick export, theoretically. Thinking. You should not be thinking that much, really. Yeah. The beanies work. The beanies go and they follow their patrolling routes over there. Let's go. They're checking for the main protagonist over there. Let me see. I know. Trail and error. Have it wishlisted. I was checking for the day. He was streaming today, like doing some commentary over there. They got a ton of wish lists thanks to the calendar feature over there. It's on the front page in Twitch right now. Let's go. Eevee. yeah. I wanna try the game too. Let's see if this weekend I can check it out. Oh, yeah. Seven Makarowskis. So you bought it. Okay. Big W. I don't know why I'm an idiot. I was thinking, I don't know, like if it was a demo or something. But yeah, it is the full release. Yeah. Okay. It is taking technically an early access. Okay. Makes sense. That way he can get support there from the community to... Oh, this is getting spicy. Blender is doing heavy thinking here. Because of this, it is basically the same, right? Because trying to export the animation. But I didn't export the armature. Why are you trying to export the animation then? Then I should probably use the normal Blender exporter and specifically discard the animation. Otherwise, gonna suffer a bit. I'm trying to export the mesh to open it in Substance and maybe paint a few shadows. I was painting shadows here, painted this little band under the uniform. But Banana mentioned something about Painter and I said, well, why not? We can open her in Painter and see what we can do over there. But it's proving harder than I thought. Let me close this. Reopen Blender. And maybe use the normal Blender exporter. I really do not know because it's been a million years since I used the Blender exporter. So I don't know anymore. How should I go about it? Only meshes, please. Only meshes. Okay. This is untargetable. Why did you get disabled there? You're highlighted, but not really. You too. Will you export like that? It's like you became untargetable all of a sudden. Or maybe, yeah, that's it. And here too, maybe I alter that by toggling that with control enabled. Weird. I can marquee select, right? No? Because I can shift all of these. I guess we can do this like caveman too. Okay, that should be it. Now with the Blender exporter, I really forgot how to use this FBX. No armature, only mesh, selected objects. Let's hope -C forward or local. I think you needed FBX all, I think. No animation, please, or everything will explode. Only the form bones if possible. Well, we are not exporting armature anyway. Apply modifiers. Well, the solidifies though. We need to not, probably not, yeah. Probably need to disable the solidifies or something when exporting, right? Well, let's give it a try. Let's see what we get there. Okay, this one was instantaneous, so this one worked, which is nice. Painter. It was the animation that was cooking the file over there. So you cannot see Painter. Let me show Painter. Mr. Painter. There you go. Okay. So file, open. Okay, let's just YOLO it and see what happens. Okay, there is the girl. Let's see if I remember anything. How does this work? I forgot how to spin. Oh, I got a legend there. Okay, this is pan. How can I rotate? I would like. We checked earlier. There is no way to make the controls be Blender controls for the camera. Alt right click. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Compared to Blender, yes. I think Sushi was saying those are the same as Maya's. So for them it's goated. For us it's butt crack. Complete illegality. Complete illegal keybinds. But you can change them. It's fine. Let me see. Can I toggle meshes on and off? Probably. Where? Oh, we gotta figure it out. We have the textures here. Can start dropping the voice. Texture settings, layers. Don't I get community assets, resources? Texture sets have the eyes. I'm here to help. What you need? Is there a way to toggle meshes on and off? Do I get to see the project layout to make them disappear or something? I forgot. You toggle them by material. Okay. The eyeballs at the top right. This voice here, right? Okay. Yeah. You can all click to highlight one specifically. Alright, nice. So let me start dropping the textures, I guess. Let me see. I hope they are all 2K. Because then it will be, we'll have a mismatch. Okay. So I guess from the accessories, I have a mask too. Should I plug the mask here? Accessories. Where should I drop it? Here in this square. Base color. Did that work? I don't think so. Accessories TX main shader. I hope. Let me see. Does the resolution match? This is 4K. Can I change the resolution here? Yes, I can. Can I change the resolution of the whole project? Let's see. Edit. Settings. Shortcuts. Wow, would be amazing to be able to import a Blender preset for the shortcuts. I don't see any option like that. Libraries. No, this is basically the location. the main location to check for files. I think you have to do file import resources. File import resources. Let me see. You can do that, or you can find files in your Explorer and just drag them to your library on the left. Oh, okay, as materials. Okay, let me see. I'll delete this then. Let me see, file import resources. All imported resources 0. Add resources. Okay, add resources. I'm gonna import all my textures. The masks, maybe not. Only the colors, probably. Texture. SDF shading, probably not, right? Outfit 2, hair 2. No masks, twin tails. Oh, what? I put with the twin tails, I got some gloves too. For some reason, I need to probably clean that or check what material is really. I mean, they fit, but I need to check what is going on there. Weird. School outfit, and I guess that's it for the textures. And if you're importing multiple files, just know you can shift click to select multiple of the files to assign them all to the same thing at once, so you don't have to assign them to texture one by one. Okay, nice. Okay, open. Okay, they are all undefined. Let me check. Alpha, color, loot, environment, pose effects, or texture. Okay, so I can shift click, right? To highlight them all. Texture. Nice. Quality of life. Import. Look at that. The little textures in there. You see here that in twin tails we have the gloves too. But we have them here too. Weird. I need to clean one or the other. I'm not sure. I guess it was to take more advantage of this texture. But we'll see. Okay, so imported there. To assign them, now should I drag and drop them here? Accessories. I can do this. Or do it. That's a mask. This is a pencil. Well, a brush. This is a little square. It's tempting to drop it there like in Unity, but it does not seem to want to. It likes it here on the brush. Base color. Yeah, but it does not care. Drag it to the line that appears. Okay. Okay. Line. Base color. It is a fill layer, but instead of normals I should put here. No, this is the multiply effect, right? Base color, that should be. But on a side, make a fill layer, then drag it to the color slot. Okay. Yeah, banana. I don't assign it. I guess this is an automatic fill layer, theoretically, right? The problem is we're not seeing it there. May assign some other properties too. Fill UV projection by linear repeat. You need to scroll down in your details, okay? Let me move to the side, maybe I'm not letting you see also. Okay. Paint here. Oh, something here. Base color accessories TX. Material color. Material mode, no resource selected. This one is highlighted, right? You're good. Okay. Then why? Could it be the solidify? The solidify is covering everything. Could the solidify not let is they're not letting us see anything? Can you isolate that material? Or click accessories. Or click. Here. Maybe. Could be. Has a weird shading like the normals, right? Or something. Maybe. But the bow is not, well, this is accessories bow. It's separated because we're using it. Now we have several of them because in the animation, this is the material hell I need to clean with the names. This one is legal, but accessories for this is what I'm gonna find when I go to Unity, right? That's what I need to clean. I need to clean all the naming. I check the base color. Still show up if the texture is in that layer. Base color. Color is your base color. Let's see. This one is more eye-catchy. This one is red for sure. Accessories, bow back. Put it there. Base color. This one is red. Okay. I mean the underwear was white, right? That's why I wanted to check another color. It is working. You mean the modes. At the top of right, your viewport says material. You can click that and choose base color. Here, base color. Yippee. Okay, that would be the flat shading, right? A little bit of shade could be legal. Okay. Accessories 4 is the same. I just need to drop this 1,000 times, I guess. Over there, space color. Cool. Mm. Choker. I thought it is Sailor Moon, right? Sailor outfit. I wanted the next project to be a little bit heavy on substance too, to start getting used to. I wanna do a chair. I will model the real Kokoi chair, the IKEA chair, and I will give Chibi my current chair. That way we will put like a fake leather material in there. We'll learn how to do that thing, right? That sort of stuff. We're gonna model a few little accessories for the stream. So earrings. Are these the pearls or the Sailor Moon earrings? Probably the Sailor Moon earrings, right? Let's see. If I put the Sailor outfit here, base color, yes. Yippee! Emissive band caps. These ones we probably should skip. To be honest, I don't know if they should be here. Emissive tiara probably we should skip too. Eyes. The eyes are separate because they have a mask, right? Do not have their own outline. I think so. I think that could be the case. Okay, this is the socket and this is the eye itself. Don't know why the normals are so cooked. Well, probably because we use a sphere, right? We use a sphere to smooth it a bit. Let's see. Face. Oop. Is there not a way to auto assign? There is probably a way. Here. So you can disable and use texture sets. Like this voice, right? The emissive. Or we can delete them straight up probably. The moon. The moon and the tiara. Well, no problem. They both need to be here. Is the moon in Sailor Moon? We have little moons there, but I think, or maybe it's in the face. It is in the face. GB. So drop it there. Base color. Cool. Sailor outfit. This one is called Sailor outfit and they are the band caps. I am so tempted to change the names here, but I should be doing this in Blender like a good boy and not here. Base color. Skirt. School outfit. No, Sailor outfit. Okay. More instances. Okay, so the gloves are here definitely. So then the twintles use maybe it was a mistake on my end. Well, maybe clearly it is a mistake. This is the tiara. Like I have always called it tiara, but some people said it's probably a crown or something. My English is limited, I guess. Because a tiara goes on top of the head, And this is, I don't know, a Valkyrie thing. Head protection for a Valkyrie, I guess. Or an Amazon girl. Sailor outfit 5, this is this texture. Bam. Base color. They are still dropping Sailor Moon stuff. I thought, yeah, they were not doing anything more Sailor Moon related, but no. They dropped a new trailer a few days ago. I guess it's for a DVD version or something of a series. Oh, you can drop it like this too? So fancy. Why do I have a line there? That UV scares me. Can I do this? Is this legal? Base color? Ew. It's because I need to do this. Or can I make it fill? And I can snap it, but with shift or control. No magnet. No magic snapping. Well, we can be not criminals and drop it as Susie said. Probably have to set the offset to 0 on the right. Probably. Let's see. Twin tails. Base color. So fancy. And the wings. Ah, these are the wings. Okay, then I don't need to delete anything. The wings. Okay. Would you look at that? They have 3 pixels, the wings, to be honest. I modeled them with very little polygons, but they are in frame like 3 nanoseconds, so yeah, to be honest. Well, wings are a bit like hands, bird hands, I guess. Well, to me, they seem identical to the gloves in the UVs. I thought that they were the gloves. Yeah. I mean, they are a bit cooked, to be honest. Could do a better job, but they do the trick, so it works. If it works, it works. You can rig them like fingers too. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. They are essentially hands, but different. In bats, they are basically fingers. All the... You can see the hand here, I cannot draw here, or I don't know how to do it, right? And the rest of the little things that are between webbings, right? Those are basically each one of the fingers, if you see the skeleton. For birds, I don't know exactly how it goes, but it's probably not too different. I don't know, it's cool to see similarities in anatomy. And so the normals here are kinda cooked. Kinda sorta big time cooked. The eyes work from the sides, maybe up and down, not that much. Don't know if I messed up too much when I moved them, but I know we have put like the normals of a sphere there before applying the SDF shading. I have the texture for the SDF shading. I don't know if Substance accepts that. I'm gonna show you the texture, and you can tell me if you remember if Substance can take a texture like this. I expected to pop in there, but it didn't. I need to import it as a resource first, I guess. Let me see. For resource, import. What? Import resource. Now it says all imported resources 0. How can I, let's see, only see my imported resources here? Materials, textures, maybe, right? Don't think Painter supports. You don't think so? Okay, no problem. Textures, I guess. Can I see only the ones I imported? Project, I guess. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is the one. Can I import the resources, SDF as texture, import. Well, it exploded. Libraries, project. Okay, I need to import it to this project. But yeah, it probably does not work anyway. Current session, I guess. Import as texture. Well, I guess it does not want to behave. But yeah, this is the texture. Does not want to appear anyway. If I drop it here, space color, that way we can see it, but not that well. Okay. Let's see, face, normals. Guess this is not exactly normal texture. It's not fully illegal, I guess. No, but yeah. You'll have to do a conversion. I mean, it probably will not be able. Normal maps need. Yeah. Probably does not work. We have a crazy setup in Blender to make it work. So I assume it cannot work here. So I guess we can use base color or base color. Yeah, because we cannot have legal normals here anyway. So I guess you have to do it like this. So the school uniform is still pure white. And we need to clear that illegality. There might be a way to do it. Let's see. Substance painter. SDF. Normal texture. No, this is designer. Designer has a node for 3D texture SDF, but yes. Oh, no problem. What am I trying? I'm trying to get used to it. I just wanted to import her and see what we can polish here, what we can paint. That's about it. I was having a little bit of fun with it, basically. Banana suggested right to come here to paint stuff because I was painting this little band in Blender. Maybe we can paint a few more details for the bows, maybe, or something like that, so that she has permanent information there forever. I got lost in the sauce there. Let me see. I mean, if you want to paint some details, you can do so. The base color for sure, but you won't be able to do fancy SDF shader stuff. Yeah, that stuff is already done. I just wanted to import it here in Substance to be able to see the fancy shading there, because I have it already in the project, so to be able to see it here. Is there a way to see the UVs? Or do I have to import them? I know I can export the UVs. Maybe I can add them as a layer, or maybe there is an option to see them here. Yeah, it's okay. 2D, 3D, 3D only, 2D, swap. If you want to see the wireframe, you can get a paint tool and press 4. Okay. So a little brush. Fill layers are not paintable. So I need to create a new layer to paint anything. Let me see. You can select your layer 1 and press 4. Oh, you're right. Yippee. Cool, cool. Was basically to be able to see or details on the skirt or the wrinkles in the boots here. To be able to paint something different there. I guess it's one of these. Which one exactly? Who knows? Silver outfit. One of these is the boots. This one. Layer 1. Press 4. Since you're calling a fill layer. Yeah, those don't seem to be paintable, I guess. You want the wireframe to always be on? I can help you do that too. Okay. I guess I'm a wireframe enjoyer usually. Okay, okay. I need to disable this other one that's currently on. Just press 1. Okay, cool. On the very farthest right near the top, you'll see some icons. Here, this little bar on the side. Monitor, looking one with a gear. Yeah. Base color. Oh, it's scrollable. Mesh wireframe. Important because, for example, on the boots we cannot see what's going on the boots there. Okay. Usually do purple. Oh, big brain. Fancy. I guess that's pinkish. To be able to see these wrinkles, they are so tiny though. They're so tiny. It's probably, for my Blender brain, it's probably easier to go to Blender, select the faces and use the bucket, to be honest. But well, little by little I wanted to start getting used to it. Let me change the shortcuts. Let me see. You can also set up the opacity of the wireframe to help you see it better. Oh, nice. Thank you, Sushi. Let's see. Is there a navigation section? You can bucket if you create a fill layer with a black mask. And you can select faces too. Yeah. Okay. So we can create a new. Guess we can use this layer, right? We're not using that for anything. What? You had information. Okay, we have the brush eraser. Let's see. Okay. This is a paint layer, I guess, right? Instead of fill. But maybe there is a way to change it. Maybe not. I don't get a little plus. Generator paint fill. Fill layer. Delete. Fill layer. Outside. Can you not get it outside? What? Fill is the paint bucket. Yep. To get outside the hierarchy there and become your own boy. The other bucket. This bucket. Add fill layer. Ah, is this like a little mask inside the layer? And this one is an outside brush. Okay, this is the main voice and this is a corrective layer or something. Add effect. Okay. Fill layer. How can I select faces? Good sir. Fill layers are not paintable. Create pen layer. Then you click the square with a circular hole and add a black mask. Okay, mask, black mask. Now it seems to want to paint. Smudge, polygon fill. Okay. That is very scuffed. Yeah, I guess there is not that much resolution in there. You can see the pixels struggling there. Yeah, well, to be honest, our textures are 4K. So, okay, that's better. Even though it's not awesome. You can also paint with an actual brush to try and smooth things out. Okay. You almost always get jagged with the polygon fill. Okay. So polygon fill is a bit on the illegal side. Oh. But yeah, the big one seems fine. When they blend, they seem fine. You're gonna paint layer to the mask. You don't change it here in the sphere, straight up. In fact, you always do a paint layer in masks. Okay, paint layer in mask. Painterino, but inside, so I guess it's an effect. Paint. Because then you can toggle it. Okay, it is more non-destructive. Okay, we like non-destruction. And the paint, can we use a Baccaterino, or where can we pick the color? You can just right click the mask and there is add paint. So okay, I would recommend clearing your mask first, then adding the paint layer to the mask. Then you can use your polyfill in that paint layer. So delete the mask or everything. Baccaterino layer. Mask, black mask. No, delete the mask. Paint layer. Inside the fill layer, I guess. Paint layer, mask, black mask. No black mask. Little, how are you doing over there? How was the Melo outfit creation over there? You don't add a paint layer to the layer itself. Okay. So straight up paint layer mask. Add the black mask, then right click on the mask and add the paint layer to the mask. So fill layer, black mask, right click the mask, paint. Then you can toggle it on and off. Okay, but I would say we are like halfway done with the base design. Huge W over there. Have you seen the Sailor Moon render? Now you can do your flood fill, pressing 4 and paint with a regular brush, pressing 1. Pressing 4, flood fill. My color, only 1 or 0, no happy colors here, no real colors. Let me see, flood fill, pressing 4, I'm pressing 1 as a regular brush. This is where we can paint. Okay, you're painting the mask, so it's just black and white. Okay, and then where can I add the color? In the material here. And here I can pick a red, same as this, but darker. Getting brain wrinkles. It's a painful process, but there is a fill layer, so you're stuck with a solid color. But we have the mask to cut the solid color, I guess. And if you want to get fancy, you put a paint layer and you go bonkers. You can even change it from normal to multiply. That way it stacks on top of the normal texture over there, right? Okay. and then we need to paint always inside here, inside the mask, the paint layer, so that is as non-destructible as possible. Right now, okay, it works. I am painting with the mouse, so it's a bit scuffed, to be honest, but it works and you get more resolution than with the polygon fill, right? Oh, this is the smallest the brush can go. This is not very small, eh? This is a bit illegal. Is it zoom related? No, it's independent from the zoom. This lets you change colors after. Yeah. Convenient. There's a chance to go smaller by changing a setting. We need the wrinkles. Display settings, no. Log, no. Shader settings, interesting. Sometimes it goes smaller, sometimes it goes bigger. You're trying to find it. There is a brush setting to be relative to model scale. I have pressure sensitivity enabled. I am not using a tablet yet. I guess, is this pen pressure? Pen pressure, no pressure. Pen pressure. Scroll down to projection and change size to viewport. Projection. Brush. Projection. Alignment, tangent, wrap. Size space to, instead of object, viewport. Okay, now this is atomic. Yep. Well, are we yipping? Yeah. Yes. So now it's some related, maybe. Well, no. It's not some related. It can go. Yes. We need subpixel. We need subpixel brushes. You never know when you're gonna need them. And is there a way to erase quickly? Like, can I press Alt click to do the opposite? Because I'm painting in a mask. Or can I do X maybe? X. Press 2 to get the erase. Okay. X seems to work too. Is it one to paint, two to erase? But X, yeah. One to paint. I guess X swaps between two colors. I'm not sure what colors really, because I don't see swatches here. I guess it's just 0 and 1. X flips from white to black. Yeah, it works. X works. At least for the mask. Probably if you are getting more creative, it doesn't work there. So Lira is over there. I can show you the little render with it. Still cooked, still illegal. Let's get in there. No. The TV show was not clipping, eh? But thank you. Thank you for the compliments over there. Well, we're polishing. We're gonna make it look cool. But, well, cooler, cooler. Okay, let me see. Let me read you there properly. X flips from white to black. So you say this. So be careful. Depending on your blend mode, using X could have different effects. It depends on your layer stack. The difference between no information and information, that is literally black overriding information below it. So it's better to get the eraser to not mess up that layer too much, because maybe it's illegal what you're doing there. You're putting black color on what color, and maybe it's not the desired effect. Let me see. It's a better habit to instill to use the eraser rather than a black color. Okay. Taking notes there. Let me grab the tablet. Okay. Yippee. How bonkers should I go painting? Because the shader has to work too. The problem here is that we cannot see what the shader is doing, sadly. Okay. Gonna do a quick toilet break. Give me 2 minutes. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. BRB. Back. Alright. Hydration completed. Okay. Have the power of the pen now. Still illegal shortcuts, but it's better to get used to it than to change it. Probably, possibly. Is this the eraser? I guess. Press 1. Can we paint? Wow, atomic brush. What is this? Do you have stave? Probably. No paint. No painterino. No painterino. Okay, yes, painterino. I don't like that little thing. It's not letting me see. It's gonna be a bit painful. Probably don't. Can we do from you to... Oh yeah, I can. Nice. What is that gizmo telling you? The pen pressure you are using. It's a bit in the way. The eraser does not go lower than this. It's because it doesn't have the option. Filter with a blur to the mask. It's a filter instead. Blur. Okay. Mess it up. Okay. Not fully illegal. Yippee. I was trying to see why the eraser in the paint layer does not have the same resolution as the brush. I was looking for the option as in the brush. Projection, tangent, warp, no. Size space, viewport. That's it. Yippee! Atomic brush. What is this round thingy? Does it tell you the pressure you are using? Or what? Because it gets a bit in the way. Ah, you don't get to see the round thingy. You don't see the round thingy. You don't see it. Every time I click, it appears over the cursor a little like a loading thingy that spins clockwise, like a loading bar that spins in a circular way clockwise. does like chewing, chewing. Oh yeah, Bananas got it. Windows thing. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. So, is that a Windows thing? Windows thing setting. Hold, click menu or whatever. What? It is Windows Sync. I was wondering, like, what is this thing supposed to be? Set pen double click action or Windows Sync. Let me see. I was wondering, this is a bit annoying, right? It's always hovering over my... Whoever wants it... I don't know what's the idea behind it. Is it find your pen or something? No. Is it... no, that makes it like ping. It sends like a little signal, I think. Additional pen settings, maybe. Show cursor. Is that show visual effects? Or cursor, some of those. Okay, no visual effects. Does it do the trick? No, it's still there. Huh. It is press and hold. Press and hold. Press and enable press and hold to perform a right click equivalent. Okay, bye bye. Yeah, that's it. And then I need to disable the little find your pen thingy because it sends a shockwave across the... So maybe that's the find your... Show cursor. That was not it. Okay, remove show visual effects. Let's see. Okay, thank you. Oh my god. Okay, solved. Guess we're getting... We don't have enough resolution. So, or what we're trying to cook here. Really want to use a bigger brush so it has some aliasing. Bigger brush. So that it gets a little smoother. navigation keystone. I don't know if I should get used to it or change even unities. Probably get used to it, but my brain hurts given these many shortcuts. Just fight it till, yeah, I guess. Gotta create the brain wrinkles. Because then, if you talk to somebody, right, the shortcuts will be different. In Affinity, I changed them. For example, in Affinity, now I can hide layers like in Blender with H, and I can move with the middle mouse button. And it's amazing, to be honest. Everything needs Blender shortcuts. But I guess it happens with every program, right? Once you learn it and use it often, you want those shortcuts everywhere. Because it makes sense to you, basically. Here we have very little resolution, to be honest. It's very small too. And I want to press Shift-Alt-C to hide the wireframe. Oh no, I'm Blender brained. Okay. Guess that those wrinkles are even questionable. A bit questionable. Top bar has a symmetry setting. Oh. I messed it up. Press one. Oh. Let's see. On the left side on the top bar is your symmetry. Left side top bar. Symmetry. This one. Flip horizontally. Press 1 first. For right side or the left side when in paint mode. Paint mode. Paint layer, your mask. Far side of the left side when in paint mode. Layer symmetry options are not available in the current projection. UI projection. press one first. 3D viewport. Oh. If I hover, okay, 3D viewport. F2 to be 3D only. And this one works now. Settings, mirror symmetry, XYZ. Okay, should be across X, I guess. Symmetry color display, okay. But you cannot mirror what's already been, okay, yippee. What's already been painted, right? Yeah. I can redo it. It's not like I did something too crazy. This is painful, but this is practice, I guess. I guess we don't get a ton of pixels here anyway. Number 2. I pressed E. At least now it's gonna be symmetrical. The color we can switch. Not the best wrinkles, but the ones we have at home. So there is a couple things you can do that I use as techniques. Let's see. You can turn on lazy mouse to smooth out your strokes if you would like. Yeah, that's the thing where you pull from the mouse, right? Like there's a bit of a large brush to cover more space more quickly. Then I use my erase tool to get sharper corners. Okay. So, where was the lazy mouse option? Was it... What is this? Was it that? Maybe not. Yeah. Ah, yeah, I remember it worked with that area. Yeah, you told me about this the last time, I think. Okay. Smooth. So you use a bigger brush with something like this, and then you cut it with an eraser, for example, with lazy mouse too. I am assuming. And you get more resolution too. Nice. Yippee. Personally, I try to do quick strokes to ensure I have a smooth stroke. It's better than what we had, that's for sure. I use Ctrl-C a lot until I get the actual stroke you want. Well, that happens a lot, I guess. That's a common occurrence. Can I not? Pressing 2 to get the eraser. Let's see, I missed something. I don't have this paint layer selected. Okay, That may have been a problem. Probably. Let's see. So you try to nail the stroke first. Try to make it smooth, or in this case, cannot do much with a smooth stroke of the brush, but we can do a lot with a smooth stroke of the eraser. The one we didn't nail. Illegal behavior. But it's fancier. It's like suddenly we have resolution here. What? One is accurate but spiky. Maybe there is no way to fix it. You don't have, I think you told me about this. Redo is not Control Shift C, it was Control C what? 1 or something, it was something different. Oh no, it started undoing everything. Redo Y. Control Y, yeah. Looks spiky because you're trying to stay inside the faces, it's fine to go outside them. guess if you're willing to stay outside. You can do illegalities like those. Oh no. Guess I'm getting practice today. We can pretend it's carved. I guess clipping illegalities. Much better. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, those wrinkles, I think, are a bit illegal. They don't look very fancy. To be honest, I don't know if this needs. I think they get decent shadings. I can paint them too, but again, I think they get decent shades in Blender. These months. Is that clipping? Needs to be fixed. What else do we get here? I mean, this is tempting to paint. The creases. Well, the same we paint this, I can paint the lower part here too. Is there a way to join the flat color here without the shadow affecting? Because we're getting shadows now. Well, it's because I need to use base color basically. Okay. Wow. What is this material? Sailor outfit. Yeah, it is this one. So we can create a fill layer with a mask and a paint layer maybe. There's a pretty cool generator called UV border distance, which can be used to draw outlines on the edges. I think that was one of the main generators like those were one of the main reasons I consider Painter. Let me see. Fill layer maybe. And the generator. Let's see. UV border distance. UV texture. UV border distance. Let's choose a color. First of all, to be able to see what's going on. Okay. It's doing something there. And what else? Depends on your themes, right? Well, now that we think about it, or that I think about it, I wanted to paint this part really. Could I use on the ribbons, for example? Let me see. Needs to be the skirt. Skirt. This one. Yeah. Skirt. You used it on the hair. Oh. Did you paint K-shot with substance? Is that what you were so cool? Is that what you were so cool? Skirt. Another fill layer. With a mask and a generator. First time using it. It turned out pretty good. Let's see. The border. Okay. We can mask this part over here. We don't need that, but maybe here we can do something. Let's see. First of all, let's see what we have, right? We want, I was gonna say the inverse. Crank the contrast. on the generator. Okay. Contrast. Can you invert? True. Okay. Is this too much? Suffering, eh? I can do it maybe without inverting, but we invert the mask maybe. Because I want the shade to be here on the white part. My computer is suffering, eh? My computer is not enjoying this. How to adjust the distance? Okay. Does the skirt go under the shirt? I mean, the skirt is separate. It is this thingy. And I want to paint. The skirt includes this little ridge. Because when she's spinning, she has it like this. The sailor outfit looks like this. Like a whole body piece without the little ridge, this ridge. So this belongs to the skirt. So I need to mask the rest basically, and I want here an inverse on the border to shade it basically. But I don't know if it's gonna do it properly because I inverted it first. Yeah, I guess with more contrast maybe. Or balance. Or the distance then. Yeah, the distance, we can do it like this, like to be smoother. Oh, I didn't expect the top to do that. So maybe don't smooth it. This could work, maybe. Maybe I can move this a bit till it rests over there. Now we can mask the rest. Why am I want to paint with a shadow the lower part of this little ridge. Like something similar to what I did here, but with a little bit of a gradient around this area. Shadow, I just use this for outlines. I guess this is to paint outlines. This is what for example, what leads could have used to paint the outline on everything, right? Let me see how this works. For shadow, there is the light generator, for example. Okay, was making my computer lag hard. Let me see. So how would you use this for an outline instead? False, something like that, I guess. Let's see. Lower the distance, maybe. Yeah, something like that, right? And you paint that there forever. Yeah, leads. I guess this is what you need to paint all your outlines with a few clicks. The UV border distance generator. Paint layer to adjust it to. Over here it seems to be stopping. I'm a little bit tired, it seems. And I say it seems because before streaming I didn't really realize, but yeah, I guess I'm a bit low energy. For no reason in particular. I stayed up kinda late yesterday, but all good, no problem. No problem. So you can add a paint layer, but this does not make my computer happy at all. Is there a way to apply it so that the computer stops suffering? Maybe unselect it. Still spicy. Because it's 4K probably. Yeah, look at this sushi. Computer do be spicy. Generator makes computer angry. How can we make computer happy? You don't have a lot of material slots for materials that use the same textures. That is true and real. Yeah, because I need control for the animation. That's the problem. So I need them to be independent. So to paint is better to keep them together, right? Probably. So maybe I can use the older model or something. I was asking, is there a way to apply these layers or to make the computer happy? Maybe remove some of the duplicates. I don't know if it will work because they are assigned to those materials, you know. I'm trying to make the computer happy. Apply maybe the generator or something to keep working and streaming at the same time, if possible. So it seems. My RAM usage? No. And task manager maybe. Performance. Memory. I still have memory available, I guess. I guess I'm halfway there. I still have half of my memory available. Maybe it's limited inside the application. The amount of RAM it can mention. VRAM. Well, my graphics card does not have that much VRAM, to be honest. Normal RAM, yes, we have 64 gigs. But yeah, cache disk usage 74%. It says here in the corner. Oh, look, FPS unlocked again. We can move without stuttering. Holy flip. Sheesh. Painter. Oh my god. Painter. Painter is spicy. Let's see. We'll give it another try. If it gets spicy again, I will close it. That is what it is. It is cool to have learned about those generators to mark outlines. Yeah. Yep. I am an enjoyer. Kinda sorta. I guess I will have to import a different version or something because this one with this many layers does not seem to be nice for Painter. Okay, we have speed still for now. We are speed now. Yippee. For now. Well, the cache is high still. Let me see. Generators rely on baked maps. Like amino occlusion bakes, normal bakes, curvature. If you have 20 materials, you're going to have 20 texture sets for bakes. So you want to make sure you're optimizing. I want to optimize. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. Let me see. Yeah. The problem, well, we needed to investigate this anyway, right? I need this many materials for the animation to be able to toggle them on and off at will. You can do all the bakes, then manually combine them together. So they are all one texture set for all the materials that use the same texture sets. PC will explode when he presses bake. Uh-oh. Yeah, when you get the magic out of baking there. The outline is cool. The problem is the temptation to add it everywhere, right? I would want to add it everywhere. Let me see. I think it would be wise to learn how to make shaders for your materials so you don't need as many material slots for future projects. No, I only had, originally, I only had one material per texture, basically. But for the animation, you need to toggle the materials on and off when the accessory requires you to do so, because some accessory may have color, some accessory may be magical, some accessory may be emissive at some point or be fading, something stuff of the like, and they need to be independent, because if you change the texture accessories at the same time, all of them switch, and you don't want that to happen. And you can do that with shader logic, can I? What? Utilizing masks. I need that. I need to do that with masks. Like, I thought about, well, I didn't have a clear idea, right? But I thought, like, I know there are like ID masks or something. So I thought maybe assigning a number to a material or to a UV or a color, right? You can toggle it on and off when you want. And we need to solve that in Blender before creating material hell in Unity, probably. Because this project is gonna be very heavy if it has like 20 materials. And 20 materials is low because we have the outlines too. I am hoping the outlines can be done magically just with Poyomi. Like if I trigger a fade over a few frames, that the shader can automatically get the cue and do the outline fade too, but I don't know. Nayora, how are you doing? Welcome. Trying to figure stuff out here. Good. Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing okay. A bit low on energy for some reason, but all good. We're trying to figure out stuff here in Substance, but my computer got angry suddenly. It seems to be fine for now. You can also do things like just take the vertex position in world space and have a transitionary effect that doesn't even need textures at all. You can create a gradient in world space that overrides UVs and does your magic transition stuff. This would be for stuff like starting at the feet and gradually going up to the head. Okay, so that would be with world coordinates, like a gradient with world coordinates. It's kind of fancy. So for now the PC seems to be happy again. Let's see if in the skirt we can do the light thingy. Layer flattened. Was a fill layer with a black mask and a light generator. Yeah. Don't say it too. Let me see. Too loud. A generator. Light. Angle from the top to bottom, right? Horizontal angle. Vertical angle 90. Horizontal angle. No. Don't you be making things spicy, eh? We don't like spicy for the computer. It's happiness in there, eh? No spiciness. Rotate it so it points down. I want it to be pointing down. Let me see. The light, horizontal angle. I see no change there. Horizontal angle. The vertical, I am assuming. Or should everything be 0? Let me see. If everything is 0, okay. That does something. Vertical angle. 0, 0. Yeah. I'm not sure if Nayora saw the little render over there. Probably not. But yeah, we need to work instead of. That's the current state of the animation. But yeah, I need to stop getting sugar in there and ECWs and start working to make progress. But because, well, let me see. Enough excuses, okay. Parameter resolution. I guess I want a generator that goes. That can paint the shadow here, basically. What is the highlight level? The arrow should point down, I guess. What is the arrow? This thingy. Down. I don't know what reference is that. So we don't get a gradient here. With the angle, I can pull it off. I guess computer is getting angry. Does not like my experiments. Image input, world space normal, position not found. Oh, well, I haven't baked, right? So maybe the generators are cooked because I have not the base for them to work. Yeah, I have to bake before. Yeah, makes total sense. She was saying it before, and I remember seeing tutorials with that too. For this one you need to, like maybe for the UV1 you don't, right? But for this one you probably do. Is the computer happy if I remove it? Are you happy again, computer? I mean, it could be angrier at me. What has happened here? Did I lower the resolution of the eyes? Yes, I did. I guess before they were... Yeah, okay. No, it needs to be the massive bunk caps and the tiara. They are hidden basically. Can be deleted. But if we press bake, my computer will explode here, right? You said. We can get the outline generator, I guess. That's an easy W. Or I don't know. Let's go to Blender and work on our domain of competence. Lace painting works, yeah. Revert to baby mode. Here at least we can paint to have outlines from this one we're gonna get from the generator, which is nice. And this one at the top too. Guess I need to export that texture once we are done. The little wrinkles here we can get too. The knees they seem to get some shading in there, so that's not fully illegal, I guess. We need to paint the skull outfit this color too, because I checked and it was ultra white. Let's do that. Why is it? It's not visible because of the animation. Let's go to the first frames. Okay. So angry. Blink because it's not very flattering, that expression. Let's see. Object. Long sleeve, indeed. Can hide that just in case. Edit. Select only this voice. Okay, that works. And texture paint with the mask. Bam. Nice. Okay. We are missing the socks. Top part, bottom part, and I guess that's the upper part. So socks. Maybe we can isolate them. Texture paint. Here we can nuke basically, right? Sorry, because this is the color of the shadow. I messed this up. Not illegal though, but I need to grab the other white. So it is from. So there was a bit dark. Layout. Here. It's because it's hidden. I also need to paint the underwear too, I guess. Ceremony uniform. Okay. Another one. Texture paint. Isolate you and get this color, I guess. It's whiter. Hope it's the same though. Probably. And now I can go back to the beginning. And select this part. Texture paint. Bam. Did that work? Using this mask. Okay, it did change the color. It's lighter than this, the socks, right? So I guess it worked. Now we select the socks too. I can isolate them. Texture paint. And paint. Okay, now they should all work and now they should all have shadows. So now they are not pure white. The expression. Oh my god. Save the texture. Do I need to, let me see, to change the other texture? I don't think so. Okay. Anything else we need to change here? We need to keyframe the ribbon. This one we have already corrected the spin for this little mesh. That should be fine. Here, if possible, right? What we were saying about masking all the illegal materials, we should probably try to do it in Blender too. With shader logic, you were saying. Let's see. Let's try to collapse the list as much as possible, right? Here and permanent outline. Let's go from the top to the bottom following the list, I guess. Here we don't need this makeup lid anymore. This one is the one that works. I was using this as a reference. So I guess, and it also lives in previous versions of the file, so I guess we can nuke it once and for all. can nuke also the magic rays that are extra. We don't need them anymore. So accessories 001 and outline 001. This we need to change the names. Accessories, we can say makeup lid. And if possible, collapse them all in one single texture. If possible. Hopefully the outlines can be figured out by the shader. Hopefully. Is the Moon Crystal a different one? It is. So accessories. Or Moon Crystal or yeah. Okay. Permanent outline is common to all of them. This one also includes magic properties, and because this is specifically, this material is specific for the crystal itself. Let me see. Isolating. Can I not? Are you untargetable? You are. It is the little rock here, straight up. This thing. It has, that's why it's called moon crystal, because it's the literal crystal. Permanent outline. It's shared between a lot of objects, where you never get a fade, right? Particles. What is this material? Particles. Okay. Oh, and I have it on the makeup kit. You probably do not need it, eh? Or do you? It's a transparent white material that the particles use, indeed. Pink magic. Pink magic makes sense. But here, permanent accessories. Permanent accessories make sense because it is for the rest of the makeup kit, I guess. Doing well, just had to step out for a bit to feed my neighbor's cat. Are you feeding your neighbor's cat too? Are they outside? Did they ask for the favor there? W sushi. I'm trying to summarize materials here. Let's see, let me create an incremental just in case. It's not really my neighbor's cat. The cat adopted my neighbor. W cat. The cat distribution system works like that. You get assigned a cat by the universe. It is what it is. Let me see. It's an outdoor cat that my neighbor has wound up buying a little bed for and gives her food every day. W neighbor. W cat. Huge W there. So my question is, does this mesh need particles material? Because the particles, they have their own two boys are using this material particle. Like I could understand circle and all of these guys using the material particles. You're using pink magic. This is what the magic rays use. 16 guys are using this thingy. I think this is the magic of the moon crystal, so I don't think you are using any of these. Particles or pink magic, you're not using. The outline, I can believe it, of course. And the permanent accessories with the permanent outline, I can believe that too. No problem. But these two materials, let me doubt that. I don't think so. Let me get, for example, some particles here. Okay, these ones we can delete too. They are not needed anymore. They were the originals. They are fancier than the ones we currently have. These ones are a bit more squarish, but we can also toggle blend shapes to make them fancier if needs be. I kept the others as reference, but seeing that the animation works decently enough for now, I guess it's safe to delete it. I can delete the rest. So I guess I have the other version of the Sailor Moon FBX, I think. I have it in that folder, I didn't delete it. So maybe we can use that one because it's simpler. Okay, these ones are only using pink magic, which makes sense, and it's synced, to be honest, right? So these ones are fully clean, basically. These guys, the particles. Okay, you're using bubble, circle, circle, circle. Okay, cross, focus lines, material, material. You love to see material, material. This one is makeup magic. Okay, the poof is the poof. The star is the star. So I guess the particles was the initial material, but because all of them required a different texture, they need different materials. So I guess the moon crystal can have this removed. And pink magic removed too, question mark? Seems to be the case. Accessories and permanent accessories. Can you work properly? Yeah, I think so. I do think so. Nice. Okay, keep going down. The body. The body should be fine. We have body and face, permanent outlines. The eyes and the permanent... now we need a permanent outline for the eyes. They have probably an outline somewhere. I guess it's because it includes maybe the eyebrows. We have masked something there, that's for sure. And the moon has no outline, which I don't hate. What happens if I delete this boy? How does it change? Let's see. That's because of the solidify. I guess. Bow, you have the bow and the fade outline. That's as clean as it can get. Okay, bow on the front. I need to change the names, accessories. Bow front. So what I was expecting is that by seeing all these clean materials, at the end we can create a mask to mask accordingly. But that requires wrinkles, I think. Okay, I needed to paint these guys too. Accessories and fade outline. You're using main accessories. And I think that's probably the case because do you really fade? Well, you have a fade outline. Yeah, I guess. You found this. Let's see. How to mask parts of an asset with an ID map on Blender shader editor. Image texture, separate color, compare, epsilon, multiply, hue saturation value. This image texture, I am assuming it is the ID mask. Let's see. HSV and HSL. What is that? Let's look it up. But I don't know if you can do transparency with that. The transparency, we are doing it by using the make shader with the transparent BSDF, right? And toggling the make shader here. That needs to be independent for every one of the boys. So maybe we can add the make shader there, right? Relating to the ID, using the IDs as filters. I don't know. It is big brain stuff, I guess. Or well, experienced people stuff, I guess. Let me paint this. Texture paint. I guess I don't need any mask. Straight up. Click to paint. Did it change anything? I don't notice a change. Well, yeah, maybe this is darker than this. It's very subtle though. But enough to get shadows. I guess. It considers the image change. Maybe you could plug it onto the factor of the mix shader. It has to act as a mask to protect from the effect of the mix shader, basically. We need to keep changing the mask from time to time using the ID, for example. Like getting the color from the ID to modify a white and black mask that's plugged into the factor of the transparency node, right? To control transparency there. Just this. Yeah, I guess everything should be painted. Let's go to the other. Should be on the main Sailor Moon. There you go. Texture paint. Edit. Select all. Well, you don't really need that, but using the mask if you want, you can hit it with the bucket. I don't notice any difference, to be honest. The color should be different, theoretically. They're a bit cooked. Rigging wise. I guess theoretically they should be slightly different. As long as they are able to get proper shading, all good. Let me see. Well, we can check if it gets. Does it get shades? This one does. The other, who knows? It's better ways or more faces, to be honest, because they're a bit cooked. I cannot tell. Let me move the sun. Could be that they don't even have the color ramp. I think maybe that's the case. That they don't even have color ramp plugged in there. Okay, the image is saved, so okay. Let me check. Your materials are fine. Your materials are fine. Accessories, both front. Let me see. And you do have the color ramp. Do you? Yes. You have the old one. The bow at the back. Shall I be plugging the new one? Probably. Should probably be deleting the old one too. to not make the file heavier, because this shade is better than the one I used to have. Looks cooler. Here I have nothing to choose the colors, but accessories, bow back and the bow in the front. I can delete this boy. I don't have the mix, but well, I guess it gives you more control over the color of the shadow if you want to. Probably not fully necessary to, but this is for the enjoyers, I guess. And figured it out. No, you should go probably at the factor, right? Yeah. It's more like it. Accessories, bow back. Done. Done. This one, it does have a color ramp though. This is one of the permanent boys. Well, it fades when everything fades, so it needs a transparency control too. Let's see. I guess. I'm not clamping the factor. And on the body I was, and it looks good. So I guess that's what you need to do. Question mark. Yeah, they are all clamping the factor in the mix. So I guess you have to do it. Okay, let's keep going. You're using the hair basically. Hair. This is basically the same, but without the mix node. I guess clamp, does it force like value like of 1 or 0 or something like that? Here on permanent outline, makes sense that it's sharing with the hair too, basically only two materials using that one. This one gets automatically fixed. Huge ball ribbons, and they are using the same material as the bow, which makes sense too. Smart. Okay, and it makes sense that only two boys are using it. This medallion, I think we don't need it anymore. It was the original medallion. Now that we properly animated the original, we don't need it anymore, so I can safely delete it. Nose outline. This is the little trick we're using here, the little mesh we're using only for the animation. We don't need it outside. I was considering doing a vertical one to put it here, but I was checking the character before. Might not be necessary. I thought in the beginning that it was not very noticeable, but and that made her face hard to read. But as long as she's not looking straight into the camera, you can see always a little bit of the outline there. So probably not necessary. And then when we plug the SDF shade in there in Poyomi, she's gonna be looking nice. Yippee yippee. Nice, nice. Fancy anime shading there. Okay. Let's continue the cleaning. Nose outline. Okay, body and face. Body and face. Let me doubt it. I am not sure which one I decided in the end, if I'm gonna be honest. I guess you are living in the, let's see, texture paint or UV editing. Where is your UV, good sir? Okay, it's over here, but your texture is face or body? I guess both work because I think I put you literally in the first available slot or empty space I could find. Open the armature here, nose outline. Edit all, but this is not your texture, good sir. I don't know why it does not automatically change. Nose outline. Let's see the body. The body could work. Probably the face too. It barely, but it works, I guess. Does any of these have any color at all? Or is just full black? I think adding a banana for the nose would probably look pretty good. One of these the same, right? But in the center. I can do it as the ones you showed me before. The same as this, but straight and in the middle, right? Well, this one is a bit wonky, but yeah, something a bit neater than that one, right? Yeah. I can try to do it too, yes, why not? Which of the materials do we choose here? Probably face. Let's do face for coherency there, right? Face makes more sense. So, nose outline. This is only for the animation. Let's do a duplicate that's definitive. Shift D. Careful with the magnet there. Photo. And rest the pose. The particles. could add a collection to toggle all of that instantaneously. I guess ideally you should disable every shape key. Just don't keyframe it. Let's see. Needs to be the new copy. Nose outline animation 001, and to be honest, you probably don't need any keyframe. Definitely not the ones the other one has, that's for sure. You need the weights of the other because you need to follow the head basically, and that's about it. Can delete that. And here GX, let's well, I guess we can duplicate the faces in the nose or something. Yeah. W sushi over there. Let's see. I was gonna start just by duplicating the faces of the nose and extruding them out. It's probably smarter. I was gonna say I want the material and the weights to be there though, but I guess let's see, I can fix this too. SXX0, yeah, no problem. SXX0, yeah, to make this one SCC0, SCC0. My modeling brain stopped working there. Can I snap to the middle of the mesh here? You can also create a middle or a temporary middle or a temporary vert. Like that. What have I done there? Well, I guess can slide this to closer to try to round it a bit. Don't know how sharp I want the banana to be. Sorry, dissolve, bird. It's usually safer to dissolve edges for some reason. Blender is more of an enjoyer. The cheek of this guy. Oh no! You caught me. Reviving, rest. What? Yippee! Let's go for a stroll there. Oh no. Don't know why I disappeared there. Why did I disappear at the end? Sometimes the colliders are more sensitive some days. Bubble. Yeah, I don't know why that happens to the... Because we have been bubbled with banana there before. And it was not that spicy. It's because of the yeeting. Bubble yeet. I fell through the ground there. Whoa. I struggled to get into position there. Sorry. Like I disappear pretty fast. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about the forbidden imaginary there. Well, sorry, you had to watch that. Imagery. Forbidden. Illegal. Sometimes 3D is like that. It's a bit cursed. It has the tendency. I don't know exactly why, but it has a tendency to be cursed. Okay, now we can control this tip a bit better. So we have outline for the nose. Oh, beautiful. The classic 3D behavior. S, Y, Y. Now everybody should be happy. Or happier. And we need to adapt it to the shape of the nose anyway, right? We remove this momentarily. It if you wanna go bonkers, you split the middle and you attach it to the face a bit. Is that overkill? Splitting is fine. Wanted to try to avoid it. Well, says Koke while having the twin tails in 4K. Was to try to, well, have less triangles, I guess. Can try to shrink wrap too. Maybe using symmetry. Why is symmetry not working? Well, I can delete half and symmetrize too. Hey. How are you doing over there? EB. It worked now. You fix the bubble slash. It was spicy before and we don't know exactly why. How are you doing over there? Good. How about you? I'm doing good. Like maybe not the highest energy today for some reason, but doing good. We're here. We're trying to cook. To be honest, slow. Fires are slow at the kitchen today. But yeah. We're trying our best, little by little. Try to dabble a little in Painter before, but it was getting a bit spicy. Yeah, it's legal. Well, you haven't seen the animation, so I can show you the render preview, even though it's a lot of sugar already for poor banana and well, it's okay. We may have a little bit of sweetness from time to time, right? Easy double use. You can enjoy that while I'm working there on the outline. Give me a second. I did a quick render this weekend. Yep. Let me remove chat. so that doesn't get in the way. Little by little. Let me see. Yeah. All in Blender. Let's go. When is compositing? Well. Look, we have compositing. Look our compositing nodes over there. It is a crazy setup. Who needs the non-linear animation strips? Everything is plugged in there. Like a criminal. So, what else are you animating? I am cleaning illegalities, cleaning the clipping, correcting errors, preparing a little bit there for Unity. I'm cleaning the material names, the action names. I'm gonna clean a bit. I'm adding an outline at the middle because it was Banana's suggestion there. We were painting or trying to paint before to add a little. I fixed the shadows for the uniform. Now the uniform has proper shadows. The white areas didn't have shadows before because the texture was so white it was nullifying the shader. I don't know why exactly, right? We corrected that. I added a little stripe on the Sailor Moon outfit here, over here. We're trying to add outlines too in Painter, but my computer did not enjoy that very much while streaming. At the moment, this project, let me see, this guy does it all at once while I do layer for editing. I mean, you're smart for doing layers. But I didn't understand the NLA very well. It seemed fine once I got to understand it, how the actions worked. It seemed fine, and I should have done that since the beginning. But I guess you always have the dope sheet, right? If you select the object and you switch to the dope sheet, you only get to see the keyframes for that object, and that's legal enough, maybe. Let me see. It is pain without the S, so Sailor Moon has all the attention. The S is silent. The S is silent. Let me see. Yeah. Sailor Moon has to shine. Sailor Moon has to be amazing over there. She has to look amazing. So we are cooking for her. And for my sake too. We all benefit. And we get to enjoy the results too. Is it painful? Maybe, but they are growing pains. You need to go through them to get better. Get wrinkles in there, get skill, develop your skills there. Be a fool today so you can be a pro tomorrow. So, no problem. I'll be here. So yes. Try to fix this little outline here. We can move it to the future, into the future, to the front, into the future. So used to saying that because of the animation. To be honest, I should have probably duplicated. would have been so much easier. And this setup I used to have here with the little boy. Well, I guess it's good for the shape. It is good for the shape, I guess. Yeah. So no problem, maybe. Let me snap the birds there. Snap the birds. And that's it. And then we can reshape it a bit. I guess that's gonna be faster. Is this necessary? Probably. And here, to be honest, I can do the rounding, right? Let's see. Oh. Can we do that without the tips? Maybe. That's too much info there. Probably. I can GG closer and symmetrize if need be. Here we have more resolution. Do we need that resolution? Probably. Oh, that is peculiar. Put your origin here. Origin to 3D cursor. Symmetrize around the cursor, to be honest, but this merge. Yeah, seems to be the case. Let's make it using symmetry. Select only one of the sides. DG. I can probably shape it better. DG clamping. That's huge. Probably only need. Do we only need this lower part here? We need to remove this part over here. Little bit less. Well, a little bit less than that. Let me check a ref. Yeah, could be smaller than this, but maybe thinner. Or maybe not. Thinner, but control or shift. Control. Control is for the magnet. GG shift. So it match. I mean, the other line over there does go like up here, TBH. It needs to be wider or something. Maybe it does half over here. Let's see it. Do we have? Yeah. Made it widest at the nose tip and sharp it at the ends. Yeah. make it a bit wider here. So the line is a bit more stylized, I guess. Not fully legal. The image I'm seeing goes a bit higher up, the bridge of the nose, but maybe it's too much. But that's too much. Another model, it's like it goes like this, basically. More in place. Goes up. So, but because of the slope we have, can probably not do that. It's not fully illegal. Maybe I can make it shorter if you feel like it. The model you showed me, let me see. I think I still have the reference somewhere. Had only the tip basically. Like the under the nose basically over here. And that's it. Only that. I think. Or maybe only this area. Something like that. Very subtle. Work very well too. Wuthering Waves is just for birds. Yeah. Guess they are fancier. The 90s maybe were a bit rougher. Let's see. They have that reference somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, I have it here. Okay, it's basically the tip. It has more than, well, it has quite a bit. It's kind of like mine. It only is doing the tip, the very tip of the nose. I guess it will end like around here. Or around here and here. I guess my nose may be sharper. And it's only, may not be marking anything over here. Only from here down. Only here maybe. Let me see. Studying the WUWA models. Yeah, they released the one people were going crazy with it, right? I don't know if they released Lucy's, but they released the one from Becca, right? Becca from Cyberpunk. People were having fun with that model. Oh, so I can stylize it a bit. That one is not very symmetrical, right? But I guess you can have fun with it too. Let's see. Break symmetry then. Break symmetry. Here we could also merge these boys because they are so close together. Let's see. Yeah, this guy was having fun because looks very hand painted, let's say. Metasymmetrical. Yep. Basically deleted the right side. Kinda sorta. The right side gets very squished indeed. But it's symmetrical. Why? Because we painted it. We didn't. Don't separate it. Don't. And here to adapt, maybe ideally we would move these ones, but if we wanna be fancy, we'll get, we can knife something locally here, I guess. This clipping quite a bit. A little. Using this direction to not change the front silhouette too much. Should I paint more around the mouth? Maybe, right? Maybe. Maybe make this a bit wider, right? So a bit too tame, Mr. Cookie. Commit, Mr. Cookie, commit. Looks better. Yeah, looks more hand painted. Have you tried one of those vertical mouses? No, I haven't. My mouse is pretty normal. A common mouse with two buttons on the side Oh, not everything you need. I think so. Well, but yeah, I have never had the vertical ones. They say they are better, like, well, when you spend a lot of hours on the computer, right? They are better for your muscles in the around the wrist and And I have Mara also has this little 3D mouse that allows you to hover. That is like a little knob that you can push in and out, and he moves in 3D space very smoothly. But I don't think it's really necessary, to be honest. It's not something you need. It's something fancy. It's good to have, cool for aerial presentations, for example, but it's not something you really need. For 3D, yes, but not for gaming. Yeah, I guess it's to work, right? When you spend a lot of time working on your PC. I'm starting to get into the sitting gang, I guess. Starting to be a chair enjoyer, I guess. You wanna try one? They're probably nice. I don't know. I have seen people use them. People also love the the chunky mouse. I guess is it Corsair that has some of those? They are big mouse and they have a scrolling wheel on the side too. All you seem to look those two. Okay, does it properly follow? I guess. Should we paint a few loops more around the mouse? Maybe the next loop. Or maybe half a loop. To get more mouse outline. Guess it depends. It depends on the blend shape that's triggered a bit. Oh, the ear. I never bothered with the ear. I was scared of the ear. But we can paint it. Let's do it. Let's commit. Let's commit. Saying a Sailor Moon here, and it should not be too hard to do her ear. We have some magic in our SDF texture. I would like to not contradict our texture if possible. If possible. She's the posing, right? She should be. Disable all the blend shapes for the frame we are on. Let's see. I disable them all. Why are you still with an expression? Because I have this thing. I need to select the base, right? Or base star. That works too. What? Base star. Mesh. Clear all. course we will never keyframe this, right? Okay, you're happy now. Texture paint for body texture or for face. Maybe for face. Probably for face. With symmetry, yes. Do I have our trusty step? I need to select face. No SDF, no. Face new PNG. Hope I'm not destroying the nodes, right? Because I have the mask. Well, I can. You and your friend extend symmetry. Just in case, but and make sure the texture updates. Yeah, cool. Don't know why we have a gradient there, but no problem. My question is, why am I not painting fully black? Could be the strength, maybe the strength that has pressure sensitivity. Disable that. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Let's see, is this too bad? No, it is fancy. I'd like to see the wireframe now to be able to guess how this goes, but let me see. Okay, I guess we're still kinda legal. So maybe this should be like over here, perhaps. With illegal this transition. Symmetrizing properly at least. Let's see how this goes. Something like this is it, and she has another. another line like this. This could be shorter maybe. But here to erase, I need the other color. Let's see. Can I pull this off? Is that not exactly it? Why is that the case? Why is this color not the one I can use to erase? It should not affect the shading. That's why I was using the base there, maybe. What if I use this other color? Does that work? No. Let's try to get the shape kinda sorta. So here, so I guess I can use this point to create the other line. Something like that. Goes to me there. Need to erase. The line should be chunkier, to be honest. And here she has the little. That's huge. Should probably. Oh, I can do it the other way around. Maybe it's fancier. Can I pull the shape off? Kinda. And the thing is that now to be able to erase. Maybe no stave anymore. I need the other color to be able to erase. A bit illegal. This one should erase. Do you work? Yes. So this one should end closer to the tip. Let me see, by the way. Oh. Thought maybe Sushi could be streaming or something. Maybe I can make these lines a bit thicker. need the stroke, no, the stave again. This I can do without the stabilizer though. For those final pixels. Here I would like to round this a bit more if possible. It's a bit overkill. Okay. Mm. Oops. Mm. Maybe not the most accurate, but if it works, it works. One could go a bit higher maybe. Now the problem is the SDF shading. That's not gonna be matching almost 100%. Almost certainly. If it is too bad, I can adapt the lines to the SDF or correct the SDF, but the pain. Get rid of the stave and drop a save there for Blender to be happy. I think we need bigger brushes so they can have aliasing, as Banana said, right? Got jamming. This could be lower. We need the ability to warp the drawing here inside Blender. We need to warp drawing. Is there a way to make the outline, for example, in instances like this, right? When you do the inverse hull technique over there, you get to see the spacing between the meshes, and sometimes that looks weird, like in there, right? From this angle it looks fine, from here it looks illegal. Is there a way to make that better? Let's see if the STF holds a bit. You can fix it by weight painting. You can weight paint where the solidify gets applied, you mean, for example, or how much it separates from the mesh. Not the bones, but the outline itself. Weight painting the outline. Let me see in the solidify, right? What is the nose outline, by the way? I guess the solidify, it comes with settings. You can use vertex groups, right? So I think this is what you mean, right? I will just paint the outline on the earrings. Paint the outline. Well, using substance, right? We can give it a second try. Are the meshes from the first and the second export that different? The textures are gonna be the new ones. That's 100% the case. Is the model that different? Probably not, to be honest. Yes, I'm very. Apply the whole mesh to it and go to weight paint. You vary. Subtract it a bit and you can use the outline shrink. Let's see. What do you mean by Newberry over there? He means vertex groups. Ah, new vertex group. Okay, sorry. Okay. New vertex group. Apply it to the whole mesh, to the earring, right? A weight of 1. And maybe, yeah, subtract a bit to shrink it. Yeah, I guess you can play with the thickness too here, right? Until it matches. I guess the earrings, luckily here, for example, they are separate. You can play with the offset or with the thickness until it kind of works. But let me see. If I were to double it, it gets chunkier, but it does not get closer. This one is inverted. Let me see. I think I know what you mean. And if we play with the offset, it's like, you know, it's shrinking, but you always get to see that difference there. The pink part is also shrinking. which is a bit illegal because it goes inside the geometry. Yeah, this is like a little duplicate that's going outside, basically. And maybe modifying the thickness, but I don't think you can get... Can you get smaller thickness than this? I don't... Ah, you can. So maybe it's a matter of finding the magic parameter here. But... Kinda sorta. I think this is clipping with the ear, you know? This thing we see is the clipping with the ear mesh. And that's the closest we can make it to be decent. Yeah. Okay, NP. But yeah, sometimes I wonder, right, if there is a better way to create that outline. If we were to paint it, how can you paint this one, for example? Because if you paint a circle, right, I guess you paint the intersection with the other mesh, kinda sorta. Because if you look at it from another angle, you cannot see, you know. Well, if you were to paint the ear though, then it will look great, right? The outline on the earrings. If we were to paint the ear mesh here, it will be a better outline for the earrings. You destroy the mesh a bit though. Let me move the sun a bit to see the illegalities, the consequences of our actions, sadly. I mean, it could be more illegal than that. It's not a perfect match. But to be honest, could be more illegal. Let me see the other side. It's inverted, right now. It gets inverted sometimes. The other side should work the same, basically. Don't know why are you so explosive? Well, I mean, no, it does not much, to be honest. You had to limit rotation on the sun. We have the lines. I need to fix the SDF. So it is to 0 to 180. I guess my standard value is higher than that, so it's on the 360. I can spin it, I guess. Let me see. Reset the value of the sun to check. Yeah, I can subtract 360 and limit. The other way around. Well, I guess changing the window too. I guess this was the shading I set up in the beginning, but it gets negative. Let me try to calculate the same on the z-axis. Similar between 0 and 180. Well, we can do it like this with the radians. Between 0 and 180. And we have, well, assume that's a 180. We have minus 8. So I guess it's the same as 180. Well, I didn't draw it properly, but it's the same as 180 minus this. Let's see, if I put 180 there, the shading should not change. If it does, we are cooked. Let's go. Cut flower. Picasso. And how do you add a limiter here? You add a limiter here. Well, it changed. It didn't change on the face, right? Change on the body though. Change on the body. I mean, it made it legal because now this makes sense because it was flipped before. But I guess I should be illuminating the front, right? I guess it does not make sense to be illuminating the back. I guess it's because it's looking at minus y too. It depends on what. Yeah. I guess you can limit on the other side of the 360. Semisphere or semicircle. I guess. You add it with a constraint. Limit rotation. Limit rotation on the C. Minimum 180, maximum 360. Let me see how this goes. This was the original angle. It doesn't work that well, but there is something. Yeah, I notice sometimes the SDF and the body get offset. Like the SDF is shading one part that should be in darkness. Guess it happens. I don't know. Sometimes there is like it flipped the texture or something. I feel like sometimes. And the body updates properly, but the face does not. Whoa. Got spooky there. What happened there? What? Got spooky. It only works from one way. Let's see. Oh, it exploded again. Limit rotation, maximum maybe 360. Minimum 180. Let's see if that's legalish. It allows me still. Does the swap here? Well, legal enough, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Koke. Have been very dispersed today, eh? Not very focused. Let me save the textures before I forget I did a change. What is this illegality here? Very illegal textures too, eh? Painted with the bucket, like a criminal. Let's see. Not any more images to save. No. Okay, nice. I like how small the ears. It's kinda cute. Well, kinda weird that they are so small there. Like, where is the rest of the texture? Let me see the UVs here. What is going on here? I guess it includes these faces here and the ones around. So it's spread. It is the whole ear split like that. That's why it's so tiny there. So tiny. Okay. Texture saved. Materials to clean. Only face. This one should be fine too. It's the same basically. The earrings, only the face, yes. Should the earrings disappear here? I am not sure if they disappear here, eh? Let me see. Because they are their own object. Object transformations. Let me switch the music here because, well, it's not illegal, but it's a bit intense. Well, could be legal. Let me see in the transformation. Do you wear your earrings when you're magical? Probably not. I don't think so. It's hard to tell if because they blend. I don't think so. Pearl earrings. I could resize you to 0 or what? Or I could also, because you have keyframes here, but to be honest, they're probably nothing at all. Because you should not be going anywhere. If I nuke it and leave but the first, you have keys here. Problem is this keys in the body action. That's what spooks me a bit. Because are you sharing with the body? Because maybe the earrings were part of the body at some point. Body, what action are you rocking? Body action itself. So maybe that's why we get these errors here. Because the pearl earrings are triggering shape keys here. But we're getting these illegalities here because the shape keys do not belong to it, I guess. So I guess that's what we have here. You don't get that info, and we can probably nuke everything. Let's leave one to key the position. They're still okay. I have an illegality there, an annotation. Okay. So when you turn magical, you can be resized to 0, probably. So let's hold it here. And here you is that origin. If the origin is so far away, we can make it instantaneous. Or we can add a shape key to shrink you. or I can keep the visibility straight up. I don't want you to have another material, to be honest. The transformation needs to happen in object mode. If I do it with individual origins and symmetry, and I place the cursor in the middle of the mesh, but only in one of them, right? Careful there. Gonna log in, so I will be taking my leave. No problem, Slash, no problem. Thank you for being here for so long, eh? Thank you, really appreciate it. See you around, okay? Bye-bye, man. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Slash. W enjoyer. W animation enjoyer. Wish you the best over there with your workies or your tasks. Okay. Hope you accomplish a lot over there. If I only select one of you, put the cursor there. No, cursor to selected. Okay. Can I shrink you in object mode with symmetry to the cursor and key that? Yes. Okay, that's the same as adding a blend shape. Oh look, the S0 will not do the trick, eh? I can push it inside the mesh too, but that makes it a bit spicier. I guess I can do GYY and hide it there, inside the ear. Oh, I was in edit mode. No. Object mode. Ah, it works in place. Really? It probably needs to be instantaneous, to be honest. Cool, and you can stay like that until she comes back to healthy colors. Okay, I guess. Mm. And what about this nose? Where did it go? So because it has no keyframes. What happened to the nose? Where is the nose? What? This was the one from the animation. Okay, but what about the cool one we made? What about the cool one? Did it explode the moment we moved the needle or something? What? No. No. Why did you explode, good sir? Why did you explode? What happened here? It got reverted to factory. It got factory reset. Ah, it could be that we have 0 blend shapes, eh? Maybe I had one blend shape highlighted when I was... Maybe not. It's on a shape key. Could be, eh? Could be on a shape key. And which one? Who knows? Let me pause you. Because I think it was a duplicate of the other outline of this one that I reposition. Ah, T-smile. This nose outline has everything 0, but this smile is 1. So maybe... Trust. Let's hope so. No. Oh, such. Let's go through them. If I press the star, it should appear, right? Star only shows one shape key at a time. It is moving around, which is not fully illegal. Oh no, maybe perspective. So it has no keyframes, to be honest. Is it clipping in the middle? Because I see a little bit of sea fighting there, because I was wondering how many. I was wondering if that was enough keyframes there. Enough birds, sorry. Go through all of them, I guess. Can I not do it with a keyboard? Where is there a way to check if they contain information, the shape keys? Checking the board, I can see when we messed up. Like I maybe could have control C quite a bit, but to be honest, to fully destroy this nose, you need to control C like a lot. And we were editing the mesh. Edits are permanent. If it was an object change, you know, an object change, if you don't keyframe it, you lose it. But an edit is forever. Can't you put them all to one? Yes, of course. You can select from here. Shift click here, slide to 1. No. You need to do the same but selecting the numbers. From you, no. You can do it sliding, but you need to go to the end. Let's see. If it takes shape at some point, we know it's in one of the blend shapes. We can know a certain range to yeah, there it is. Yippee! It's inside a blend shape. Because I had the star, it only shows one at a time. I can apply all this shape keys. The nose outline does not need any shape key at all. So apply all. This Blender Micro Heart Attacks. Apply all. Okay, now we can rig it for the face or just move it right in the rest position. Move it to where it belongs and do a keyframe. Still to this day, sometimes you get, well, at least I do, get a micro heart attack from time to time. But luckily now we can try to do a little analysis, right? Like we're editing, so to control C that, you really need to control C. So maybe we're okay. And we were indeed okay, luckily. Maybe still a bit spicy. Does this not need too much? Maybe not. To create a better shape. Let me see your ref over there. It's a bit illegal. But I guess I resize it on the x-axis a bit so that it was a bit more visible. So maybe that's what messed it up a bit. We'll try to check that bottom. Oh, this worked automatically. Nice. Clips a bit when the nose moves. It's because it's not rigged for any shape key. Not too illegal. And I need also a shape key that gets rid I can resize it on the z-axis a bit so it clips less. A blend shape that gets rid of a little dot that appears between the eyes sometimes. Let me activate the solidify. This little boy here. We need a blend shape that gets rid of this. This is remove triangle. This removes triangles. I think it's on the side of the mouse. Oh no, where is this one already? Pasco K was here already. Yeah. So that works, not fully. Eh? We need more power in there. But it is a good start. to see the instances when remove triangle was triggered. I think it's not keyframed ever. So in that case, I would probably like to inspect this blend shape and work here. Remove triangle. Let's see if I can disable the solidify. There you go, the mesh. So this is the issue here. Let me see what this blend shape is doing. Okay, it's moving this up. It's peculiar. I want to be able to see it, but not see the sheer amount of birds in there. So maybe let's remove 3. We can push you out the bird. That works. Nice. Remove 3. Okay, cool. Cool. Now we need to trigger it when we consider it, or when we get the incident. Every time she blinks, basically. Let's see, I can probably unplug the tablet there. Every time she blinks. Let's see. Can I isolate here in the blend shapes? You only need to see I wide, no, I blink left and right, these two channels, every time they are triggered. Probably have to check from the front. Okay, we didn't get it. Is it too illegal to keep it forever? It changes the silhouette a bit, but so minimal, maybe it can stay forever. Let's see. So I guess that corrective can stay forever. Yeah. That clipping was there all along. The clipping here. I guess this has to do with the blink too. Be a corrective to push this out a bit, or maybe this in. Be careful because this in, I think it's triggered like forever. This in and this up, eh? Be careful. I guess at the end they need to be here at the beginning, whatever, but at the end they need to be reset. Well, I guess they can, it's whatever. If it resets outside the animation instantaneously, given this expression, nobody will realize anyway. So it's fine. All good. So a bit illegal, the clipping on this voice, eh? When you close your eyes. And if I were to edit the blend shape with a star, because maybe the problem was always there. The blink. I blink left and right. This, oh no, look, it's very cute. No problem there. Left and right, they are golden. And both, if I start and select both, you don't show me both. Yeah, the problem here is that we have extras, like look down. Well, this is not it. That was not a problem. This thing probably not a problem. Yeah. Let's look for something else. Brow down, the brows maybe, or triggering quite a few of those. Yeah, this lowers the line without changing the shape of the socket. So that's why. What about this one? Inner up, and this one does change the shape of the socket a bit. So maybe that's the problem, that this one is changing the shape of the socket, and then the other is going down and clips. That they are a bit incompatible, right? So you can add a corrective as you some, because that's not gonna be there for the VTuber, I guess. But here this is eyelid basically. So object plus all of these was from transform, but they should be, to be honest, correctives in general. Well, really, Maybe not. Because I don't think the VTuber is gonna trigger this many at the same time. So maybe it's okay that they are only for the transform. Okay. And here, edit mode, right? Well, ideally sculpt. Can we sculpt it? Hey. What? Nice. Let me see. Oh, sorry. Oh, Broly. Oh my god. I am so sorry, guys. I was not reading chat for a bit. I am so sorry. And it's not even triggered there. Oh no. So it was when after the nose. I'm so sorry, Broly. How is animation going? Transformation. Shader's looking crazy good. I think you have overhang there. Yeah, I'm sorry. I disabled it. You should try stepped interpolation modifier in the graph editor. Wow, step interpolation modifier. Step is to make it go frame by frame or something. So is that to make the whole animation be more steppy? Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry. Hope Broly is still there. I can show you the whole animation. I have a render. Well, a quick render. Yeah, sorry. I can show you the render we did this weekend. Right now I corrected a few of the illegalities that show here, but not all of them. Okay. This is why the chat disappeared before, because I toggled it off to show you the render and I forgot to trigger it again. So I am sorry about that. Let me show you. Yippee! So that's the current state of affairs over there. Thank you, Broly. Thank you. Yeah. Trying to cook with gas. Getting burned a little bit, but trying to cook. Thank you. Yes. So yeah, trying to match it as good as possible, right? I was creating a corrective there to try to avoid the clipping there. Where is my music? What is the music? Okay. Yup. So let me push these guys out. So I need to correct, for example, to that moment when she's spinning, the skirt is not flapping at all, and it should be. The mini skirt should be rotating. I tried it at some point, but I got distracted with something and I forgot. I noticed that the background was speeding up and slowing down. Should probably be on constant interpolation. There is one of the backgrounds that the bubble ones, the second one, it's skipping a little bit. Let me see. Well, the particles are hidden right now. Let's show them. Magic rays, magic particles, feathers, ribbons, colliders, backgrounds. Okay, let's pause here. Okay. So, this one is we corrected because it took a little bit of time for this to start spinning. That's corrected. One of these boys, when there is a change in focal length in the camera, So one of those maybe is the thing that looks like it's going up and down. There it goes up. It's hard to avoid, I guess. Because the camera is going back and changing the focal length at the same time. I should have maintained the focal length constant probably for the whole animation, but well, it's done, so it's what it is what it is. And this one is not fully fixed. This one you can see it repeat, basically it repeats several times, and because the bubbles are not off screen, you can see all of it resetting, right? A lot of times. I only fixed one of the bubbles, I think. Okay, I'm glad. This one is skipping a ton of times. There. So it's resetting all the time. So to try to fix that, I need to slide them better, right? To hide the trick. On the first one, it's very hard to notice what's going on. It seems like a continuous. The particles are offset between themselves too. Here they are not. Here this is more like an image. Only one of the sets of bubbles is currently offset. Speeds up and slows down before repeating. Passepartout to 1. Yeah, to make it fully dark. I did it at some point. Let me see. Here. It's almost there. This is to see the render, right? But sometimes when I'm editing, I want to see this line looks kinda neat. That's a new addition too. Need to fix the clipping with the shoulders too. And I don't know why it flashes so much here when the moon appears. In the render you cannot tell. It doesn't flash. So I guess it is whatever. And this last movement does not look. Maybe it needs a mini frame. I think in the original animation is also this basically. It's an insta skip, but maybe in 3D I need to give it a little bit of air there and in between. The special effects, the magic rays here, these look great frame by frame. It looks like a stylistic choice. It was a happy accident, to be honest. This looks great in the render. It does not look as great on her because she has also a few frames that I basically keyframe like a caveman. This explosion also does not look the best. I probably need to work on it. And she has a few keyframes that are forced. Let me see. It is when she curls into a ball, I think that happens. And when the camera is going up from the boots, that also happens. So it is not here. When the camera goes here to the back, she also has weird keyframes here, or the camera. This is, well, not the prettiest, but other than that, here something weird happens here. You know, it's like it's going up to go down or something. It does not look right. And here, when the camera goes up, there are a few keyframes. I think that I hard coded They're not very smooth. I guess over here is something that's not great. On this pin or something. These keyframes here, I think they're a bit weird. So maybe we can smooth those graphs or something. Here, well, we need to fully keyframe these ribbons. They're not fully there. And here is when she was curling. Here, I keyframed a little bit like a caveman, right? So this, you see there is no transition here. And here we have several keyframes like hard coded there. So I need to smooth that. This change is instantaneous too in the animation. Bam. Maybe in 3D I need to give it a little bit of wiggle room, I don't know. But that's kind of an important moment of the animation. And here, well, the twinkles there are flying up a little bit. That's a bit weird. Should probably keep the position. It's because they are transforming. They are switching. No, I don't know. I really don't know. The final pose is also, well, not too natural for the twin tails. It is like the standard unrigged or frozen position, but maybe it needs to be a bit better. And the choker there is clipping a bit. Maybe I need to rig it again with the new weights from the neck. Maybe I changed them at some point or something. And I guess I still need to work on the hair bananas weights because they are clipping here in a few frames. I don't know if there are remnants from before, from where they were cooked. They are inside the head. Or just that corrective shape keys. Yeah, you can always do that, right? But we have weird weights on the neck for sure. I was the other day trying to tweak them a bit, and let's see. Armature mesh, the face. I think those are the wings. I can hide them maybe, or make them untargetable. Okay. So I need to get rid or smooth this. Difficult choice here, or a blend shape. That's also a possibility, right? This is kind of extreme pose, to be honest. Because the other day we were complaining that she had no chin. And I guess it may be due to weights here. No, I guess it's because the neck was pulling from there before, right? If the head pulls from here, maybe it's not that illegal. But yeah, correctives are always a good option probably, because this is kind of extreme pose. So if the rig does not work here, it's probably not that surprising. Yeah, just probably do not push the neck more into the head, because otherwise it starts losing the chin, and that does not look great. The answer is probably blend shape, Mr. Cookie. I think you know it. I prefer, if possible, to clean the rig, but sometimes. Let's check. Not fully legal. Not as smooth, could be smoother, but probably should not stretch the choker. Hey, Shoji! Hey! What happened over there? How are you doing? I was checking if you were streaming over there, just in case. Let me double check. Are you streaming or what? I don't see you over there. How was the day? How is it looking? Let me hydrate. Just took Luna on her walk. Big W, I would say. Nice. Very active lifestyle. I need to learn a thing or two, eh? Because my butt is gonna become fully flat at this point. Closing the blinds because night time has arrived. Well, has been here for a while, eh? Well. Let me see. Yeah. I mean, I guess. I said fully flat, eh? There is something there, eh? I swear there is something there. So well. cleaning illegalities over there. I didn't send you a picture of my chair at the end. My chair has a marking already. Well, the chair has been with me for what? 10 years or something. That chair has been through a lot, so it has a marking. So there is something, there is proof. Part should probably stretch a bit. So I guess the weights from the head need to reach a bit lower indeed. And I should not be that worried. Well, the neck can also twist with the head, completing this movement a bit. So maybe it's okay there. Yeah, maybe you should move the neck a bit if you're gonna rotate like that. This is probably not fully illegal. Okay. Don't know what I did today. Did a little bit of a lot and a lot of nothing. A lot of nothing. Polishing, I guess, a bit. Was a bit scatterbrained. Try to fix the spin with the skirt here. I'm glad we added that little shadow. And if I manage to make, let's try tomorrow, the next Blender day, on Thursday, okay? I will try to do Thursday to compensate for Monday. You do like that sometimes, you do like it, sorry. It do be like that sometimes. you mean? To be like that. It is like that sometimes. Yeah, it is. It is a bit illegal sometimes. So this spin, let me add a little bit transparency to the past part too, because this is a bit too much. Gonna be able to guess what's going on, right? So let's see if next day I can import into Painter the older model instead of the newer one with more illegalities in there. Yeah, look at that. Leeds came to say hi. Huge W. He was here before too. He heard about the generators over there. As you could see, the generators made my computer very angry. That's why I'm gonna try to use the previous model that only had one material per texture. That will make my computer happier, because this one has 20 materials at least, because we are keyframing them, because I don't know the big brain way to do it with an ID mask or something. I don't know how to properly pull it off. Let me hide collections or show only. Start this mini skirt. Start it. Wait, we only have your chains. Let me make the uniform and target all. Okay. Let's see how it looks. You don't seem to be using any texture, so maybe you can use vertex colors too. Any texture? I am using textures. And you mean because the colors are a bit flat? Yeah, but they are textures. I guess you can use vertex colors if you want. Or flat materials, simple materials. But yeah, my textures are not, to be honest, spicy. Yet, at least. Can get in there and start marking stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be kinda simple. The original animation is also... Your power went out before you could fix your grammar mistake. No problem. So there was one material, one color. Oh, no. She has a metric ton amount of materials. Now because I'm keyframing them at different points of the animation to make them disappear, to make them emissive, to make them magical. The body is magical while this is not magical, for example. I had to create several copies of the same materials, so that's illegal. I had to do it because I don't know how to do it the proper way, as I said, right? This in the beginning only had one material per texture. But yeah, she has, let me see, can we check materials? The outliner here. Is it in the file browser maybe? These are the textures. And not the file itself. Asset. Let me see. Basically the properties maybe. The other drop down. Okay. So this one was outliner. Straight up, right? This one. Scenes. Blender file. Materials. 76 materials. Oh. Luckily, maybe we can get rid of the fade outlines. If the shader can do this for us, if you trigger the visibility of an object, you know, not instantaneously, right? But with an in-between, so that it fades, can the shader fade the outline at the same time? Because if you do it in Blender, you will end up with the outline floating there fully solid. So you need to keyframe the outline too. That's why we have this many materials. But hopefully, maybe, perhaps, we can get rid of all these fade outlines. It's not much, but it's something. It is 12 material less. And if I was smart, I would be able to combine all the backgrounds because they have layers. I maybe can record this somehow to be able to flatten the backgrounds. That could be doable. So that's not that problematic, perhaps, maybe. So yeah, I guess, yeah, you can record it from a camera and flatten that. Well, record a video, I guess. But yeah, every particle needs its own texture, that's for sure. Oh well, several illegalities there. Let me see, do I need to correct something outrageous over here? Let me see how does the skirt go? How do you work? Okay, they should be rotated to this side. So can we select them all? Let's see, and spin you RCC like that. Let's go. That could work. Maybe the camera needs a better angle there. Let's see, do I have keyframes for these guys here? Not yet. So I guess can add something here. Should I shift this into the future, or is this too much? It was clipping there. Do the colliders save me here? Hard to tell. If I shift D over here, okay, keep the shape a bit more, so it does not clip, at least not on camera. It's clipping there. We need it to be spinning over here from the first frame over here. Let's see, it's maybe a bit too much spin. Illegalities. Let's keyframe here the current state of affairs. And decrease the spin. I gave it here. What if I just keep this state? I guess I need to keep it forever. Is it okay? Where this guy is not spinning. I guess they reset there. But I can keep this frame for a bit longer. Okay. You can reset if you want. I can give you an in-between if you so desire. Ideally, it should only be showing skirt, to be honest, but well, it's okay to make it a bit different, right? I guess, well, if I just adjust the camera a bit, I can pull it off. Should be spinning a bit more here. Can get rid of this voice, I guess. Physics go a bit wild. Happens so fast. Here I need to smooth these frames. See the legs, they twitch a bit. That does not look okay even in the animation. And here the weight paint is very messed up. Here I can, let's see, the animation, I need to see if the colliders are able to save this, but this clipping needs to be fixed too. Those are weird weights I have over there. Let me see the in the render. Is she clipping in this scene? Let me see. I think she is. Was she? Yeah, she's clipping like crazy. Oof. Okay, so I guess I need to keyframe it. I need to keyframe it. Probably should be able, well, should be careful with keyframing this voice. So otherwise I don't know if the physics could do anything at all. But maybe that's for the best. Lens shape, worst case scenario. Kinda sorta. Okay, and we need to hold it. For a while. Does your outline react to camera distance? I am not sure. I think it's constant. The texture does, the magic texture reacts to the camera position. But this outline, no, it's a solidify basically. It should be a solidify. I guess this way I'm only seeing, this is Doveshet Action Editor, so without deleting the whole armature, right? Well, I guess it counts the whole armature here. Can I do this without you exploding, good sir? Okay, yeah. Nice. Can delete this one too, probably. Why did this one survive? Because there is a method you can use with solidify plus vertex proximity modifier. Your outline thickness will always be same regardless of camera distance. But is that for grease pencil outlines or for solidify? Well, you said solidify, right? Solidify plus vertex proximity. Outline thickness will always be the same regardless of camera distance. Is it? Let me see, is it being modified here? If we move the camera, I think it's constant, but maybe not. Like when a close-up of the headline is like 50 pixels, and when full body shot, then it's 2 pixels wide. Oh, I have illegalities there at the knee. But I guess there isn't it constant? We can give it a try. But I need to add it to every, let me see, modifier, solidify. Hello, Mr. Maro. We are doing great. Sorry for having to leave yesterday. It was like 6 a.m. So I know if I stay that late, I never can start stream when I should. It happens. Marco, W Marco. It's hard to be on the computer when the weather becomes hotter. It is a little bit, yeah. If it is too hot, then computer becomes spicier, because this computer is making the room a bit stuffier, to be honest. So let me see, proximity modifier. Vertex proximity modifier. My computer is an oven even if it is too hot. Yeah. Yup, that happens. My computer became spicy today when we were in Painter. Vertex weight proximity. Vertex weight. Check end of this video, you can get an idea. Let me see. So it becomes chunkier if you go out with the camera, basically. But do you want that to happen? Let me see. Let's check the end part over here. Vertex weight proximity, yeah. Listen to the anime logic, line weight does not change, so people do the same in 3D too. Okay. Proximity to camera. Okay. Vertex weight proximity. And we put it before the solidify. Style choice, I guess. Yeah. Simple. Let me see. Camera, geometry vertex, meters. Do you want the windows? Let's see. You're right. Well, is it working? I'm not sure. Is it working? Maybe not. I don't think it's working there. But I guess the body has a lot of masks and stuff. Yeah. Let me see. 4K. Vertex. Body outline. Maybe we need to choose body outline. Oh, it disappeared right now. Lowest. Maybe it needs to be higher. No. Maybe no. Let's see. Solidify thickness value so it will be visible from far. Solidify thickness for the body. No, I'm messing something up. I don't think it's working. But I haven't watched the tutorial, to be honest. So how I did it, but I'm sure I'm messing something up. I don't think it's working. But I don't know why, you know? I don't know exactly what's going on. Yeah, I don't see this difference. No, I can disable it and check another day when I'm not fried. Let me correct this voice. It should be visible. Is enough to, maybe because the distance is so low. Could be. Continue your thing, I will give you a journal setup to test it out. Okay. Very kind of you, good sir. Okay. Oh, well, this one probably does not need anything there. This probably needs to happen faster, to be honest. Let's see. Are you not holding? Did I not? Oops. Okay, we can play with these keyframes or like with the graph or the keyframes. It's not fully terrible. Clips there a bit, so maybe we can make this happen later. Okay, that's very minimal. What is the camera? Looking at her face. So I guess that's fine. Those are the physics, right? I guess. Okay, I guess you can hold for a bit here. There's a little change here. If I were to move you, does this save the day? I think so. Can maybe use this for a bit. We may not need the full pose. Maybe we can keyframe it here or something. So we don't need this much movement, I guess. I can keyframe here maybe. Delete this. Make them fall from there. In a bit. Later. They're probably reverting to standard position here, so can we get a random frame? Okay, that works. Cool. I guess this is a good moment to stop for today. A bit illegal, eh? To be honest, I was too cheeky today. I was very dispersed, a bit distracted. But well, polishing the file a little bit. File is looking cool. We need to probably get into Painter and paint a few outlines in there. We'll try it the next day with the first file. The first file is a bit less spicy than this one. It only has one material per texture. So let's try it like that. Okay. So I will go edit the bot, have some dinner over there. Yeah, if you need to send me something, you can send me like a whisper sort of Twitch, or I don't know, you can add me on Discord as you wish. Okay, let me see who's streaming over there, because I could keep going, but the problem is tomorrow, and I don't wanna miss the stream there with leads. My Discord is the same as my channel. It's okay. It's okay. All together. Okay. So. Let me see who is streaming over there. Okay. That guy we raided last time is streaming too. You know, need to lock in for tomorrow. Yes, for the stone block over there. Yeah. I want to play. Let's see what we can do tomorrow. We have a ton of stuff we can do. We're talking about creating something cool that could be very useful. Let's see what you have over there in store. Let's see. So I guess we can raid the same guy we raided the last time. Why not? It's working there on a pretty cool model. Trying to model Avril Lavigne. Doing a good job there. In Blender, sculpting. It looks a bit like ZBrush, to be honest. But W. He's doing the workies over there. Big workies. Thank you guys. Thank you Broly, thank you Leeds, thank you Marco, thank you Sushi, thank you Maro, thank you Banana. Look at that. So many enjoyers over there. I'm so glad. Thank you so much for your support, guys, and for being here for so long, as usual, eh? And Ame too, what? We got a Nayora over there, huge W, what? Look at that. So many enjoyers. Thank you so much, guys. Huge W. Have a good night, Eve, everyone. Gonna go have dinner, edit the bot, and get ready for tomorrow, because there is a lot of mining and crafting we have to do. And on Thursday we will keep blending and animating here Sailor Moon. And on Friday too, but playing big with the boys, as usual. Okay, guys. Thank you. Have a good night, Eve, everyone, okay? Bye-bye.